Hello. Hello. Oh, hold on. We're gonna put on a thing.
Stuck with you, and hello to all of you who are watching on Zoom. If you are officially registered and logged in, you will be able to ask questions in the Q&A or F&A function.
Okay.
That's at the bottom of your screen. Type them in at the end of the lecture, and
I know.
you'll have a chance to participate virtually in this conversation. It's a real pleasure to have
The event
Konstantin
will be starting
Gebhardt
in
here, who will be introduced at
7 minutes.
length in a moment, though not by me. I want to say, though, that Kostek has been a member of our board of advisors for many, many years. I don't remember how long. But I know that he almost always volunteers to give a talk about everything from the Book of Job to competing victim narratives of Poles and Jews. And he always does it without notes, and it's always brilliant. But he's never before, than I can remember, actually given a talk on his own work, almost all of which is published in Polish. So I'm delighted and I'm grateful to Eva Atamasov. Is that right? I have really a hard time with Polish names. I'm so sorry. For suggesting that, given that his book has come out to great acclaim and many prizes in Poland, that we hold an event here. And Eva, who is a professor at Bard College Berlin, is going to introduce him in a more general way, but I just wanted to say how glad I am that our member of our Beirat is here doing his own work tonight. Thank you.
Bard College Berlin, especially my colleagues Carrie Bystrom and Mariner Detian. Unfortunately, both of them are online and couldn't be here in person. And to all of you for being here. As you've seen in the advertisement, our purpose tonight is to talk about Mr. Gebhardt's latest book, which and to celebrate that book, we just won 2 big awards in Poland, the Beata Pawlak Award for Best Journalism and Clio Award for Historical Writing. And this coupling of journalism and history, I find particularly, as a teacher, particularly congenial. It seems to me important socially and politically, and part of what we are hoping to achieve is greater outreach for this book, and hopefully some translations. But before talking about the book, let me say a few words about the author. Mr. Gebhardt is a thinker, writer, activist, opposition,
Hello.
dissident, a rebel with a cause, or with many causes, one of which is reviving Jewish life in Poland. He's the author of 12 books and, as far as I know, uncounted articles. He's a journalist, reporter, and we'll say more about this. He's also a teacher. He teaches journalism currently at the Collegium Civitas at the University of Warsaw. He has taught at the Hebrew University, University of California, Berkeley, Grinnell College, and other places. He's been associated with Gazeta Wyborcza, the main opposition newspaper of New Democratic Poland from its inception. And as part of Gazeta's work, he's been a war correspondent in various places in the world. And we'll hear more about these because that's actually behind the new book that we'll be talking about. Last but not least, and this is what I learned this morning, Mr. Gebert is a grandfather. Which, which
6 years almost.
Right,
Yeah.
which sounds like, you know, okay, niedlich, nice, but as he pointed out this morning, for people of his generation and his place, having grandfathers was not at all to be taken for granted, especially in certain part of the population. So I want to bring this up obliquely because that, of course, is informing the book that we'll be discussing, although not exhausting it. So let us perhaps now turn to the book. Here it is. As Susan mentioned, it is only available in Poland. It just came out. It's brand new. So I thought maybe we can start by me translating the title. You know, I was trained at the University of Chicago. I had this incredible teacher, Joseph Cropsey, and when he was teaching us how to treat books, especially well put together books, he would say, well, pay attention to the title, you know, think about the title. So let us think about the title. The title in my translation is something like Final Solutions, Genocide Perpetrators and Their Work. And two things I would like to call attention to that maybe Mr. Gebert would comment on. The first is the plural of final solutions, right? The references obviously to the 20th of January 1942 Wannsee Conference that gathered senior Nazi officials under Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich to coordinate the implementation of the final solution to the Jewish question. I'm being detailed about this, right? Because this term has a particular history that in this country means a great deal, in another country, in Israel, means equally great deal. So that particular history is here being pluralized, and I think we need to mention that straight away and perhaps discuss that at greater length. The other thing I notice about the title is that it focuses on perpetrators, on authors, on people who have agency and who produce work. Genocide is not simply the work of historical necessity or impersonal forces, it's the work of human imagination, activity, coordination, and that seems to be very prominent here. So I thought maybe you would like to comment on these.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Speaking of grandparents and parents, if only my mother were here to hear it. But thank you also for the very relevant questions to the title, given the fact that the book is like 700 pages long. When you're that thorough, it's kind of scary when you think about the amount of time we would need to work through it. But you actually have hit two nails on their heads at the same time. Because these, in fact, are two elements that bind the book together. One is the plural. There has been this huge debate about whether genocides can be compared, and especially whether the Shoah can be compared to other genocides. And in fact, is it another genocide, or is it a specific event that cannot be compared and should not be compared? And you had very prominent thinkers, Elie Wiesel comes to mind, who basically said, no, it is uncomparable. We cannot, we should not. Any comparison is desecration. And then there are people like Yehuda Bauer, who only a couple of years ago wrote that he started off with the assumption that the Shoah is unique. And now he says,
We're pausing the video. I hope the video is to your liking. And now we will start our little discussion.
Hello.
Hello. One moment.
Hi,
Hello.
Lucy.
Yes, it is I. One moment.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. It has been a long time since we've talked in voice chat, I think.
Yes, the panel.
Yeah. Um I think we were going to talk multiple times in the middle. I think we were like floating the idea around.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember a long time ago in Sunday's server, um I think you challenged me to a debate. Um and
How do I put you
I
on screen?
huh?
How do
Hmm?
I put you on screen?
Oh, yeah. Hold on, give me a second. Hey, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, cool,
Yes.
awesome.
I
Hi.
challenge everyone to a debate. Non-stop challenging everybody to a debate.
Nonstop?
Of course.
You do this
And yet
often?
I debate nobody ever.
Oh, do they not accept
Uh, it's
or
more
run
like,
away?
yeah, one person did run away. Yes. Chud logic.
Oh, that was a that has to be
Are
a
you familiar with that whole thing?
yeah, I am damn familiar with Chill Logic, yes.
Are you familiar with my little feud with Chud logic?
What's your feud?
Oh, well, basically, I made a reaction video to one of his weird rants
Mhm.
about I don't remember what, and then I've been declared a schizo loon who shouldn't have a
Mm.
platform. And then he brought me on. We talked a bit, and then he decided we should debate on Irish Travelers the week after, and then he just nothing came of it.
Nothing came of it.
Yep.
Wow. That's
Also,
well, that's
Parasu is
sad.
right. To be fair, Lucy tends to challenge everyone for debate for fun.
I mean, yeah, like I'm trying to get into that kind of mentality these days. So, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Are you challenging me to a debate right now?
It could turn into a debate, but yeah, I sort of just want to talk about genocide, I guess, because I watched your video on Lemkins,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, that was a good video. Um, Now, even though it was a good video, I don't necessarily agree with all of his, all the things that he has to say, I guess. So I
Right?
was just wondering if it was possible to kind of hash out more of Lemkin's views, because when I search up Lemkin's beliefs on genocide, I think he does define it to be like the gradual destruction
Mm-hmm.
of like
It's not an event,
uh,
it's a
uh,
process.
yeah, it's a process, yeah. So it's not just something that is planned ahead of time, right? It's
No,
something that
it's
is
not.
more
It's something that emerges. It's an emergent.
emergent. Okay, gotcha. Oh, you don't mind if I
Eat?
eat
No.
tater tots with chopsticks, right?
No,
Okay,
no,
all
no, no.
right. That's it's a very cheesy thing for me to do. Yeah, but I'm sorry.
It's
So
okay. We all need to eat for sustenance.
yeah, true. Um, so I guess the way I define genocide is that is more akin along the UN definition.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well,
However,
that
I
is
can be
Lemkin's definition, even though it's a bit
mhm,
um, butchered.
it is a bit butchered, yeah, and I recognize that as well. But I think that basically, it doesn't matter what definition I go with at the end of the day. I think it just has to have the planned intent part behind it. Um, but I'm not entirely sure if you agree with that.
Well, it cannot be always planned intent, because if you have planned intent, then you could technically speaking, exclude the Holocaust from being a genocide on a technicality.
How so? From from what little I know, because I'm not a Holocaust scholar, um, they had Hitler planned. I'm sure Hitler like knew what was going on. He would plan it out, and then everything was planned. Like they had a entire economy centered around the death camps, right?
It
Or
was emergent. The tools sort of um, came into their. Let's just say that the possibility and the tools came to them along the way to create this infrastructure like machine to eradicate Jewish people. We do need to keep in mind that a lot of the Holocaust was also mass executions by fire squadrons, mass starvation in the
mm-hmm.
ghettos, and other means, which proved to be very troublesome for the Nazi and then Polish and Ukrainian collaborators who were put in as executioners because oftentimes German soldiers just couldn't take the pressure, which brought Nazi
Mm.
Germany to the final solution, which would take out the human element as much as possible out of the whole equation.
Okay. Yeah. Um, I think that I try to go with a little bit looser than what they did during the Srebrenica trials.
Mm-hmm.
I think what they looked at was I think one of the things they
Srebrenica.
looked at, obviously, other than the the obvious stuff like the tractors and whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they also looked at stuff like paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, Directive 7, I think, was a month before the actual actions of the genocide, that July. And I think they also had Directive 4. Uh, but I'm not sure they presented it specifically during the tribunal. But from what I know, these are cited pretty often in terms of like paperwork.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so I don't, in my opinion, we shouldn't really require that, I guess.
The
It's more
planning
like
or
yeah, the plan, like in my opinion, right? Like the paperwork, basically the evidence of proof being paperwork, right? Because I recognize that in a lot of scenarios, paperwork can be destroyed, right?
right or missing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Although in
Yeah.
some cases paperwork is all we have.
Yeah. Um. So I think that if there is enough evidence to the point where you can't deny it anymore, then I think that that could be done for proven genocide, I think.
Yes. So I guess
Um,
in my also view a good example of genocide being emergent rather than pre-planned would be things like the southwestern genocide of Herero and Nama people. Are you familiar with?
no.
The German Empire colonized southwestern Africa and they basically oppressed the Herero and Nama people who then um, well, they rose up to fight against the Germans and they were
Hmm.
brutally suppressed. And the German military leadership came to the conclusion that if the Herero people cannot be reined in, they must be utterly destroyed.
Okay, so it was basically either being able to be reined in or genocide. That was like
Yes,
their two
that
options.
is that was the whole idea behind the so-called race war, which was when
Okay.
two races occupy a single space, one of them has to either rule over the other or destroy it. And
Oh,
since
okay.
since the Germans decided that they cannot rule over the Herero because they rose up, they need to be utterly destroyed. The decision was emergent, it was not pre-planned.
I see. By emergent, do you mean that they didn't plan beforehand that like, oh
To
yeah,
destroy them, yes.
we're gonna wipe them out, right? Like
Yes,
it's like during the process
yes,
rather than before the process.
yes.
Oh, okay. Do, here's the thing: is that I think that a genocide can be initiated in the middle of a conflict. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't think we disagree there.
Right.
I think that, for example, if there's a war, and
Yes.
then suddenly like a general that actually has like a good control over the masses
Mm-hmm.
was like, you know what, we're gonna move all the babies away, and then
Mm-hmm.
kill all the fighting men, right? Then that would be, I think, an action in genocide, because you're trying to prevent the existence of that race,
Yes.
no matter where they are. Yeah.
Process that was between 1904 and 1908. And some say that it became a little bit of a blueprint for what became the Holocaust, especially since a lot of the soldiers from that time later joined the SS.
I
So
see.
maybe we could
Mm,
go to the beginning and maybe talk about what genocide is, what are
hmm.
the characteristics, what differentiates genocide from other crimes.
Sure. Yeah, from what I know, genocide is the destruction
Mm-hmm.
of one group based on its either immutable characteristics, or like, I know there's one that says political, but I'm
Mm-hmm.
not sure how to define that, I guess. Like, is it like, or ethnic? Well, let's just say ethnic, all right, because that is the more solid ground to stand on. Or
There are a
let's
few categories: religious,
or
ethnical.
religious as well. Yeah, for example, if you get rid of all the Jews, that would also be a genocide.
Well, that was
Um,
racial.
oh yeah, well, racial, and yeah, I mean, at that point,
Jewish
they're
people
sort
were
of
not really genocided based on Judaism. They were genocided based on being Jewish.
mm, okay. So from what I know, Jewish is a racial
I
thing,
mean,
and
that's
then
what the that is
Judaism is the, yeah.
basically what emerged at the beginning of the national project, the racialization of Jewish people.
Okay. Um, so basically, if someone during that process, uh, basically no longer wanted to be Jewish and was like, you know what, I'm a non-Jew now, right? They would still be genocided
Yes,
because of their like, because they can't get rid of their ethnicity, basically.
yes, they cannot stop being Jewish.
Yeah. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. Yeah, for me, genocide, I think there has to be a mental element. Obviously, this is something that you've heard a lot. We've all heard a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Mental
intent to
element.
destroy, yeah, the intent to destroy in whole and or part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. For me, at least, this can be initiated in the even in the middle of the conflict, like if it was planned out in the middle of the conflict.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one is a physical element, which includes, well, I mean, basically, this is pretty obvious, right? It's just killing members of a group, tearing down buildings, tearing down, structures, and then uh, also includes forcibly transferring children of a group to another group,
Yeah.
and stuff like that, right? And I think that in addition to this, I think this is the part where I think people don't really mention,
Mm-hmm.
is Article 3, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
specifically regarding the genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide. Like, if
Mm-hmm.
the planning was there, um, but then it wasn't executed yet. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide, like,
Mm-hmm.
let's just say in the modern times, tweets, right? Like, tweets probably not good. Uh, Attempt to commit genocide,
Mm-hmm.
and complicity in genocide. I think these are all solid definitions. I think it's fine. um
Right.
but how they do in court, I think, is another thing, in my opinion, because you can put a lot of vagaries in the charter,
Mm-hmm.
but I would rather look at solid cases such as like the Srebrenica. I think that one I know the most about.
Srebrenica, yes.
Yeah, Srebrenica, yeah.
So
Because I know, yeah.
I guess
Mhm.
my big question would be, because it seems like prescient to disentangle those two. What would be the difference
Mhm.
between a genocide and, let's say, an army sieging a city and being ordered to go into that city and massacre all of its citizens?
Mm, if it's massacring all of its citizens where the one ethnicity was all located inside of the city, that would be a genocide if that planning was done beforehand. But otherwise, it would just be a really bad war crime as well, right? I mean, they're both war
So
crimes,
are
but
we
I'm just
saying
saying
that
like,
all sieges
yeah.
of cities in the history of humankind were genocides? They were
Um,
pre-planned. The plan was
if it was
if the city puts up a defense, the army would go in and massacre everyone.
if the pre-planning was based on the intent to destroy an ethnicity or like an immutable characteristic that is aside from the city's identity, I guess, then sure. But like, if the intent was just to take over that city in terms of like territory and land, I
Mhm.
would not consider it. Yeah.
So what's the difference between a mass killing and a genocide?
A mass killing would be, well, a genocide
Because a
would be
sacking of a
under
city
mass
would be
killing.
mass killing. That's a massacre. What is the difference between a massacre and a genocide?
Um, a genocide, I think. Well, I mean, I feel like a genocide would be like, there's some intersection there, right? Because I massacre. Do you define a massacre as like a physical kind of thing, where, for example, people coming with swords and stuff?
Yes,
I
and
guess.
massacre
Yeah.
everyone or with guns.
Sure. So, like for example, in a genocide, it doesn't have to be like with guns or swords. It could just be also moving babies away.
Yeah, but
And yeah,
we're comparing killing here.
the difference is that a genocide is intent to a race and ethnicity group, pre-planned, ordained beforehand. But a massacre can
But
be
a
part of a
massacre
genocide.
can also be
Can be
pre-planned.
parts. It can be pre-planned, but if it's pre-planned specifically based on the intent to destroy an ethnicity, then it would become a genocidal act, I think.
What if there's a ethnicity? I mean, in most cities, there was only one ethnicity, so a massacre was basically killing that ethnicity. Was that a genocide?
By accident or planned?
Well, it was planned. The sacking of the city was planned.
Sure, the sacking of the city was planned, but is the intent, is the destroying of the ethnicity planned, I guess? Or was that a byproduct of
That
the
is what
sacking
I'm
of the city?
asking.
If
What
it's a
is the
byproduct, sure. So if it's a byproduct, then I would not consider it genocide. But if it is planned beforehand specifically, then yes, it would be a genocide.
right? So in other words, I guess you would agree with me to put it in more scholarly words that in the case of genocide, the purpose of the killing is to achieve a certain outcome. What would you say is that outcome?
The total extermination in whole or in a part of a group of people. It's this specifically defined by an immutable characteristic that they can't really escape typically. I don't
Well,
know.
there's something
Typically,
more than
typically.
that. That's not really the goal itself. Do you not think? Because
Um,
that's the goal of a massacre, the destruction of a group. The killing is the goal of a massacre. But in
yeah, the
genocide,
killing.
the goal itself is something else. There is something else that is uh, in the mind of the genociders universally when they commit a genocide. What do you think that goal is?
That goal is extermination. I'm sure, right?
No, no, it's not.
No.
The extermination is often seen as an unpleasant duty that has to be done, a
I mean,
moral duty.
well, that's more of the rationalization, right?
No, the goal is
That
something
they,
else. Do you want me to tell you, or would you like to try to?
I guess for me, the way I think about like a genocide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, it doesn't matter how you try to rationalize it.
It's
I
not
guess like you
about
can rationalize.
rationalization. It's about the goal, what you want to achieve.
Yeah, but the the thing you're trying to achieve is just like extermination in my mind, right? Like
No,
in my mind, this is
no,
how I
no, no,
define
no.
it.
That's just the means to achieving the goal. Do you understand?
If the goal is like kind of like racial solitude,
No,
or superiority or anything like that,
no,
then
no,
it's not.
no, none of these things.
Wait, just give me it. Just give me it. It's fine. Just give me it.
The
Yeah.
goal is to achieve a better world that can only be achieved without the group existing. The group is an obstacle to achieving a better world, a morally better world.
Well, uh, but I mean that can be a rationalization, right?
That is a goal. That
For
is not just a
genocide.
rational. No, 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 no. If you want to achieve a clean room, then a mess is not a rationalization. Cleaning up the mess is not a rational. A clean room is not a rationalization to get rid of a mess. Getting rid of a mess is a means to achieve the clean room that you want.
Um. Well, genocide. The equivalent of this would be like in order to uh like all it is that I want to get rid of the dirtiness inside the room.
Yeah. And the
That
dirtiness
is
would be the
sufficient.
group that stands in the way to a clean world.
Yeah, but it's not. Let's just say, what if I just simply wanted to clean the room because I have a compulsion to do so, like an addiction or an obsession to do so? Then in that case, I think it should still be called genocide, right?
But that is not how genocides operate. There's no compulsion. If the killing itself is the goal, then it's just a massacre.
No, no. But I'm talking about specifically about the room example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you can try to clean up the room
Yeah.
with different reasons. One of the most likely reason is to make the room better, to make the room cleaner, right?
Yes.
But let's just say that somebody has a kind of compulsion in their mind to clean up a room. Um, if they have a compulsion in their mind, their goal is not to make the room cleaner. It
Yes.
is to.
But then it is something else. It is not the same thing anymore then.
Okay, what would that be in your mind?
A compulsion.
A compulsion, sure, but in terms, then if we relate this back to genocide, I guess, like
Mm-hmm.
for example, if you accidentally erase a group, but your goal was not to make like a better world or anything like that. Let's just say, for example,
How can you incidentally erase a group?
uh, well, we have to. I guess it's like if your goal was to conquer a piece of land, right? And
Mm-hmm.
let's just say that you were, let's just say you weren't very, I don't know, you weren't really thinking ahead, and you're not very cognizant either. Okay,
Yeah.
so like a, like a Mongol back then or something. I don't know, not insulting them or anything, but like basically they went forward, they conquered a bunch of land. In that
Mm-hmm.
case, they can accidentally totally erase like four ethnicities over the course of several months because they were raising villages, right?
Yes.
In that case,
That would be
I
mass
wouldn't
murder.
consider. Well, yeah, that would be mass murder.
Yes.
But the goal there was not targeting an ethnicity specifically.
Yes. The goal was not
It
to achieve a better world without the targeted group.
it, well, yeah, but the intent to specifically erase that group is not there.
Yes.
It is. Huh?
Correct.
It's not there. Their goal was simply because there was a lot of powerful men. They want to grab land and they want to grab power.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
And
that's
oftentimes it led
sort
to
of how I view it.
massacres in which the massacres reasoning was the pleasure of killing itself, which is also what differentiates a genocide from a mass killing. But this is a
Um,
very important part of a genocide. The
Most of
moral,
the time, yeah,
yes?
yeah, mass killings would probably be most of the time. I guess important to a genocide. I guess, yeah.
No, I'm saying that there is a differentiation between a mass killing and a genocide. In a mass killing, the killing itself is the point. In a genocide, the point is the result of the killing, not the killing itself. The world without the group.
Mm. Okay, so if you define a genocide as the world without the group,
No,
then for
I'm
me,
saying that is the purpose of enacting the genocide. That is the goal of enacting the genocide. Achieving a world without that group existing. The point of a mass killing is the pleasure
Well,
of killing itself.
yeah, then I agree with you, right? Because in terms of a genocide, you do want to achieve the extermination of that group. Yeah, you want to prevent a possible future in which that group
Yes.
exists.
But the killing
Yeah.
of the group itself was not the thing. The thing was we want a world with which this group does not exist. The killing of the group as a unfortunate thing we need to do to achieve this world. We don't take any pleasure in it. In fact, the Nazis, since the Holocaust is a big example,
Mm-hmm.
actually put soldiers who killed Jewish people for personal pleasure on trial.
Really?
Yes,
I didn't know that.
because the Nazis were very strict about this morality, about the moral goal of getting the world rid of the filth, which were the Jewish people, and anyone who did it for personal lower pleasure was put on trial. And in that ironic sense, Jewish people were post mortem giving back their humanity.
Okay. Interesting. Sorry, I choked on tater tots. Jesus Christ. um. Oh my God, tater tots. Holy crap. Okay. Sorry, this is very silly. Um.
We have to remember that genociders, the people that
Sure.
commit genocide, see themselves as I've said to you in our private talks,
Mhm.
moral agents. They see
Yeah,
themselves as people committing a moral good to the world.
I think I generally agree with that. Yeah. Um. But I mean, for me, it just boils down to intent. If the intent is there, then for me, it's the rest is sufficient causes to believe it's a genocide.
So, what is the intent?
Well, the intent is to achieve extermination.
To what
But for
end?
you, but huh? Hmm?
To what end?
To want okay. I mean, if you want in your definition, then it is a world without that group, which I think is the same definition, I guess,
As what?
as the extermination of that group.
Sort of.
Well, I mean, oh no, well, sort of, because your definition assumes that the people who are perpetuating the thing are superior moral agents. I think is probably the additional nuance, right? If that makes sense.
They do see themselves as that, yes. They operate under their own type of morality.
Yeah. Can I refer to a specific example?
Mm-hmm.
So, uh, for example, the Bosnian genocide, I wrote some notes here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Directive 7 actually had the words create an unbearable situation of total insecurity with no hope of further survival or life for the inhabitants of Srebrenica. And I
Mm-hmm.
think this was written a month before the massacres, multiple massacres. And they arrived in Srebrenica with excavators with no other purpose but to dig mass graves. So these are the specific pieces of evidence they presented at the tribunal.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and another thing is like they dug out trenches. They had buildings that operate like death camps in a way. They also had the football stadium, which they had the a mass shooting take
Mm-hmm.
place. And then finally, I think what Judge Almir Rodriguez said during the tribunal was by deciding to kill all the men of Srebrenica fighting age, a decision was taken to make it impossible for the Bosnian Muslim people of Srebrenica to survive. Stated otherwise,
Mm-hmm.
what was ethnic cleansing became genocide. So that
I'm
was
sorry, could you repeat that? The last
yeah,
part?
yeah. So his final ruling was by deciding to kill all the men of Srebrenica of fighting age, a
Mm-hmm.
decision was taken to make it impossible for the Bosnian Muslim people of Srebrenica to survive. Stated otherwise, what was ethnic cleansing became genocide.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah.
I think I heard you once compare an ethnic cleansing to genocide.
Hmm?
I
Sorry.
think I've heard you once compare an ethnic cleansing to genocide.
I think ethnic cleansing is a step leading up to genocide if you view it as like a progression lenses.
I think
But
they are totally different things.
um, I, I mean, I would say they're cousins of each other. They're not entirely different, but
In what
why do
way?
you, I'm curious as to see,
Well, the
but
purpose of ethnic cleansing is to move a group. Well, ethnic cleansing, as the name implies, is to clean an ethnicity from an unwanted group and expel it from a territory.
okay. Um,
That
so
is,
that's not necessarily with the intent to destroy that group,
no,
but
that is a,
um,
yes.
but by moving that group, if sorry, I thought you were gonna say something. So by moving that group accidentally, if you kill that group, um, like entirely that group, right? Because by trying to forcibly move them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, would that be genocide?
Well, no, because the intent to destroy is not there.
Yeah, I
It
think
is
I
to
agree
move
with
them.
you. Yeah, I agree with you.
And many ethnic cleansings did not end in the deaths of people, like exchanges of populations during World War One.
mhm. Yeah. Or I think even for World War II, when you're taking over German villages, you are forcibly moving them more inwards because they're fleeing out of danger of their life, right? Um, that would be an act of ethnic cleansing in a way.
Well, that would be more like you assume they move from one place to another inside a country, right?
Yeah, it's Germans moving out of the village because the Allies are taking over the
And
village.
they move somewhere else in Germany.
They're probably moving deeper into
Well,
Germany.
there would be internal displacement, no?
Uh, internal displacement, but wouldn't it still be? Does ethnic cleansing, in your definition, have the intent of moving an ethnic group specifically, or
Yeah,
would it just be
away
displacement?
from the
Okay.
terrain in order to, well, cleanse the ethnicity, ethnic cleansing. That's in the name.
Okay.
That is a
Okay.
very
That
specific term that emerged during the rise of nation states
okay. That makes
because
sense. Yeah.
Europe was a country of multinational countries
Mm-hmm.
before nation states, and peoples that lived in countries for many generations became outsiders upon the formation of the nation states. Germans that lived in many different countries became German citizens and were expelled, you know,
Mm,
thrown out.
okay. So for example, if the Allies were pushing people outside of the villages and then not letting them come back, probably whether or not
I
because
mean,
of the
they
fact
would
they were
have to
German,
make that
that would
part
be
of
ethnic
Germany not
cleansing.
Germany anymore, and
Yeah,
in which case that
yeah.
would be ethnic cleansing.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So I guess. Mm,
Like with Poland, parts
hmm
of Germany became not Germany after World War II. They became Poland, and about 3 million German people were moved away from those terrains.
Okay, I see. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can turn you up a little bit. Can you turn yourself up a tiny bit? Apparently,
Am I
some people are
quiet?
having. Oh, hold on. No. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. I think I turned you up. You don't have to do anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
And of
Um.
course, there's the issue is that you and food shops are talking about one example that had been able to enter into the UN. Sri Lanka's Tamils had no such luxury, but there is a strong case that it was genocide what happened in Sri Lanka.
Yeah. I try not to define only on the basis of legal stuff because then you would be missing out on probably a lot of genocides that
Mm-hmm.
were never passed through court, right?
Mm-hmm. Or
Um.
even moved to court.
Yeah. Uh. I think did the Rwanda genocide actually land in court or did that not was never landed in court? when it was labeled like that.
Rwanda genocide.
Hmm.
I believe it might have been put, if
Yeah,
I'm
no, it's
thinking
okay.
about it
Yeah,
right.
yeah, it's not a big deal. Yeah. Because I think I've heard about like the God, that was a horrible genocide. Holy crap.
You know how that
Yeah.
was enacted, right?
Yeah, yes, because not only did they kill people with the machetes, right?
Yes.
But they also like it was a wild killing of using machetes, and in addition to like, and that was also pre-planned beforehand as well, from what I remember. They prepared it beforehand, and then in addition, they had men go into women's, and rape them, to give them STDs on purpose, so then they are unable to give good birth, and that would prevent the future of that. And that was probably one of the biggest pieces
Although
of
usually
evidence.
they were just chopped up together with everybody else, but
Yeah, yeah, pretty much, or the rape part. Yeah, but basically, I think the genocidal rape as an act was more was like in my opinion is like the bigger piece of evidence, because it's like, why the heck would you do that with specifically with STDs,
mm-hmm.
right? If you didn't have like the full intent of preventing the future of an ethnic group, right? It
Yes.
was really bad. Yeah, like
And of
there
course,
are accounts of that.
even
Yeah.
in that case, the whole we are morally righteous people comes into
Hmm.
play. Uh,
Yeah.
I was watching, well, I'm still reading the book by the person that I told you about. He actually had an opportunity to talk with one of the people that took part in the Rwanda genocide.
Oh, really? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How did that go? I guess I'm curious.
Well, he basically said that he was tricked by his government. He thought he was doing the right thing. He wanted to be
Mm,
a good citizen, a good neighbor. He didn't want to leave his friends alone to do the job, so he took on the machete and he chopped up his neighbors. He thought it
mm,
was the moral thing to do. He thought that it was what it was expected of him to do, and he thought that the moral thing was to uphold the expectations that the state has put upon him. And then he said that he was betrayed because the state was wrong.
I see.
He
And
was
I'm
in jail and
guessing.
he sort of served his sentence. And then he sort of, which might sound grotesque as well,
Mm-hmm,
under his morality, he said that he went to a woman who survived the massacre of
mm-hmm,
his neighbors, and he
mm-hmm,
apologized for killing the family with the machete, and he said that he did the morally right thing, apologizing,
mm-hmm,
but the woman did the immoral thing by telling him that she does not forgive him. And he said, how
mm.
could she do such a hurtful thing to me? So that's a
That's
whole.
interesting because I mean that's a point in your favor, right? That they view themselves as moral agents. But I think I agree with that as well. That it's very hard to do evil things on purpose. Like if you were to, I think a lot of people imagine themselves to be good guys in their minds, that they were doing the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but then afterwards, when they realize like what kind of things that they're doing, like kind of wake up call, like after a manic state, I guess.
Well, that is
I think.
that is a very interesting thing about genocide,
Mm,
and a very big distinction between a genocide and mass killing. A mass killing is sort of dictated by a pleasure of killing, this sort of
mm-hmm,
rush of rape and killing and plundering. And when that rush fades, come the price of conscience. People feel bad about what they did. But it is different with genocide. With genocide, people operate under a certain moral framework in which they see what they do as a necessary good that they have to commit. And
mm,
oftentimes, people that commit genocide come back to their normal lives afterwards and feel no remorse whatsoever, because in their moral framework, what they did was necessary, and even if unpleasant and painful, it was at the end of the day a morally good thing. So there would be no coming of guilt later on.
I see. Um, yeah, I agree with that. I totally see that, and which is, I guess, a little bit sucky, but because you would wish that after genocide was over, you would want people to come to their senses, right? But from what I know, I think I
Yes.
had a German friend once
Mm-hmm.
who had like a great grandfather or a grandfather or something like that, who was basically like more of the Nazi side of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, he doesn't really feel too bad. I don't know. Like he basically after the thing was over, he was like, "Yeah, I'm just being chilling," you know.
Yeah,
And then it's
that's
like, okay, yeah, I don't know. I'm guessing, right? Because yeah,
that's
it just seems
because
like
you
they don't really
use the
take it too
term "come
seriously.
back to their senses," but from usually from the perspective of people
Mm-hmm.
committing genocide, they don't have any senses to come back to. They're already operating under perfect sense. They're already
Mm-hmm.
operating under perfect morality.
Yeah, and then after that was over, um, I'm sure that they also think, oh my God, you know what? I'm just gonna disagree. It just so happens that my side lost, and that's it, right? Like that's the
Mm-hmm.
only thing they accept is that, oh, my side lost because they suffered military losses, they suffered whatever the heck, right? However, um, my side was still the correct side. My side was still the right side to be on, right?
Yes.
I think that that's typically a thought as well. Um, and again, not to go back to the Bosnian thing again, but I will. uh, but I think I've talked with Serbs in the past, uh, and one particular Serb, um, basically when we were discussing this, he does actually, he basically tries to downplay the Srebrenica genocide
Mm-hmm.
and says that, oh yeah, everybody had the full willpower and capacity to commit genocide, but it just so happens that the Serbians were in that, place in time to commit the act itself.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Oh,
and
okay. I'm gonna give you this bit in a moment.
oh, Oh, sure thing. Yeah. So for me, I have a problem with that, obviously, because it's like, okay, well, first of all, we live in this timeline, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically saying that all humans have the capacity to commit genocide, which I totally agree with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But however, you still have to recognize that your people in the past, right, at least, were the ones who actually perpetrated, the actual massacres. And yeah, it was hard to get that into him because at the end of the day he basically said, I truly believe that our people, our nation, are the best nation under the sun, or something like that. Like it was some nationalistic rhetoric, and I can't bring myself to obviously like dislike him or anything like that because obviously he's been a friend, but in the past, okay, he's gone now, but
Mm-hmm.
uh yeah, it's just mm, yeah, that's about it. Anyway, what are you gonna show me?
Yes. Are you familiar with? I mean, you have to be familiar with Heinrich Himmler, right?
Himmler.
Himmler, yes, Heinrich
Well,
Himmler.
yeah, I've heard of his name, but I'm not too familiar with like his
Reichsführer
philosophy.
SS Heinrich Himmler.
Mm-hmm.
A basic rule for the SS man must be hold absolutely honest, decent, loyal, and camaraderie must be uh, to members of our own blood and to nobody else.
Hmm. I mean, it is racial superiority, right?
Russian Czechs and other Slavs, Himmler resumed, possess no inherent value as human beings. For the SS, these human animals were only valuable insofar as they labored under the lordship of the superior Aryan Germans. If while building a tank ditch 10,000 Russian women die from weakness or not, that it interests me only insofar as the tank ditch is built for Germany. He did not flinch from stating, whatever good blood of our kind exists in these people, we should take by stealing their children, if necessary, and raising them ourselves.
Mm. Yeah, that makes sense to me because for me, I guess do you know that Hitler gave an order for the Soviets, I think when he was fighting them at the time, that he wanted to I think kill most of the men, but then killed less women, or something like that. But basically it was I correct me if I'm wrong, but is it a common practice to target men
Yes,
of a group in genocides?
yes.
Yes. Oh yes. Okay.
In the
Um,
southwestern Africa case, the men were killed, the women and the children were driven into the desert.
I see. Because from what I know, if the if the men were all killed, what would that entail? I guess. Because I'm trying to logically follow. It basically it's that they can no longer fight, right? Is that
Mm-hmm.
what it is? Like they're
Probably.
unable to become
That was
soldiers?
often the logic, yes.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because yeah, even though it might be rational or irrational, their
Mm-hmm.
logic might be to um kill the men, so then they would be unable to, so then the ethnicity would be unable to have like a kind of standing army to
Or an
defend itself.
uprising or whatever
Yeah.
else.
Yeah, so they would be subject to subjugation, which would be apartheid, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or you would just eliminate the group, would just be genocide. Yeah.
Right. So I
Um,
guess because this is a good point, this is why it's important to understand the processes that lead to genocide. How societal environment creates these views of necessity of genocide. My next question would be what is the main purpose of the UN Genocide Convention? Why does it exist?
um, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not entirely sure. The thing is that from what you presented in your video, it seems like they tend to waffle around a lot and then go like, you know what, we're just going to we like they want to. It seems like they want to prosecute uh further states and countries based off of these definitions, but only if they appear in court or something.
Mm-hmm.
Basically it's like a legal thing rather than a moral thing,
Mm-hmm.
which is why there might be an issue with it. Well, there's issue with it insofar that, oh yeah, you're only going to be labeled a genocide if you manage to get the eyes of the UN, right? Yeah.
Yes. So the purpose of the UN Genocide Convention would be to punish genocide, yes?
Yeah.
Are there any other reasons for its existence?
Probably also to recognize genocide as it pops up, because according to Article 3, it would, like, even before a genocide, it would say that conspiracy, incitement, attempt, and complicity. So when it comes to these,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like they don't want to wait until it happens for to stop it. They want to be able to charge it before it happens,
To
it
charge
seems.
it before it happens?
Yeah, because you can. I would assume you're able to charge some group under Article 3. Hopefully, I don't know,
Well,
but
there
what
is
that entails, we don't know what it looks like. I don't know if I know what that looks like. You might know more. But,
I mean,
yeah.
there's an even a more important thing. There's after all, we're talking about human lives. Can you read the title of the genocide? Do you have it open?
The title of which one?
What is the Genocide Convention called?
Uh, Convention on the Prevention and Punishment
Of the
of
crime of
uh
genocide.
of the crime of
So I
genocide.
would
Yeah.
say that the other purpose is in the name, no?
Yeah, on the prevention. Yes, I
Prevention.
agree.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, as a member of the audience said, it is important to understand the processes that lead to genocide, because that is the only way in which we can recognize early signs of genocide and prevent it before it
I
even
agree with
happens.
you. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah. Um uh but for the steps leading up to genocide, um I think it's good to recognize the warning signs. That's why they're called warning signs, and they're not
Mm-hmm.
like for certain, right? For example, if you have mass killings start over, let's just say that people were being dragged into the night screaming. and it was only specifically men for some reason. By the way, this happened. And if that does happen, then that is a warning sign. That's not necessarily like in an alternate timeline, it could lead to a genocide, but it doesn't have to always lead to a genocide, it seems. So
Yes.
that would be an early warning sign, yeah.
But stopping it would, in my opinion, come under the prevention of genocide.
Uh yeah, because it's an atrocious act. It seems like a war crime to me. Or not even war crime, but just seems like something really bad. So we have to stop it anyway, no matter how you label it.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about
Um
the topic that seems very contentious within the US, the topic of the trans genocide?
um I think that with if you're talking about specifically in regards to a trans genocide, I think the warning signs can be recognized, and that's why they have to be labeled as warning signs. But in terms of actual plans being drawn up, I think once plans have been drawn up to specifically eliminate transgender people, then
Are you
I
saying there
think
are no plans drafted to label and target specifically trans people?
uh there are absolutely legislation that is drafted to target transgender people,
Mm-hmm.
but uh sure, it's for the erasure of that group within like a state or even federally, right?
Yes.
But then the intent is
To erase that
uh
group from existence.
the intent is let me think about it. Um because I haven't really thought about the transgenocide too much, right? Or like this topic specifically too much. Um but I think the intent uh I think you can technically charge it under planning, but like for me, I guess it's like, is there detailed plans? Because for me, I would imagine there's a difference between detailed plans and more like, okay, we're drafting up legislation because we just don't like trans people,
I
right?
mean, that is what it is. We don't like them existing. It's not just I don't like them because they smell funny and I don't like them, but I can tolerate them. I don't like them, so I want them gone. In fact, it falls squarely under the I want morally a world in which this group does not exist. That is my goal. I want the world without trans people existing.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of conservatives, I'm sure they actually believe that, I don't mind them existing, but I don't want them to exist near me. Um,
So in this country,
in this country, yeah. But I'm sure some people have genocidal thoughts about transgender people as well as genocidal writings about them.
keep in mind,
But
most genocides are not the Holocaust or the Porajmos in scope. Most genocidal perpetrators are perfectly happy to just get rid of a group in their immediate territory. What made the Holocaust and the Porajmos unique is the wish to eliminate all Jewish people around the world, wherever they would be, and all Roma people, wherever they would be. That made it unique. But eliminating a group in a certain country falls under genocide, even if in other countries that uh, representatives of that group are allowed to just be.
but so the contention I guess I have with
Because
this is that
remember, a genocide is the destruction in whole or in part.
sure, I agree with you on the definition, but in terms of what is actually happening right now, I would say that if you moved all the transgender people to another country, that I mean, you could classify that more as an ethnic cleansing with the goal of ethnic cleansing rather than genocide.
Well, trans people are not a ethnicity, but
Well, sure, but it
Um,
would be analogous. Does that make sense? Like analogous, yeah,
but
paralleled.
the goal of the legislation is not to um, move trans people to Canada. It's to make it impossible for trans people to get healthcare or to function in the country, which is one of the points in the UN convention, making it difficult, extremely difficult to exist.
Yes, I agree with that. That can be considered a genocidal act. However,
Which
uh,
falls squarely under prevention.
but
Because if we notice
well,
genocidal
well,
acts,
but however, even if something can be a genocidal act, actually no, I want to take that back because a genocidal act implies that there's intent behind it.
of
Um,
course.
I I don't think so. There's enough mudding in the water where you can't really square down or nail down like a plan specifically where they would go, you know what, we need to completely exterminate the transgender people within the United States.
Can you talk
Yeah.
more about the muddying of the water?
Sure. Like for example, some representatives and some politicians, I'm sure, would agree with, oh yeah, I just don't want to see transgender people in my site, and some other maybe like a really fringe amount of politicians, well, not fringe, but like I'm saying like a let's just say an amount of politicians would go, you know what, I do actually want to completely exterminate transgender people from the United States,
I'm
right?
pretty sure when legislation was drafted in Nazi Germany to segregate Jewish people to different benches, to different parks, to different swimming pools, there
Mhm.
were some Nazi politicians that surely thought, I don't really want to exterminate all Jewish people, I just want them out of my sight, no?
Yeah, that can be a warning sign, but then that isn't like a total and utter indicator for a genocide, right?
Well, we
Like for
can
example,
only
at the
go by
time,
warning signs because
yeah, yeah, so we
if we don't prevent based on warning signs, then we are basically not preventing at all. We're just waiting for it to happen.
well, I would then counter that with like we're not really just standing around and waiting for something really bad to happen. People are still out there trying to campaign against these legislation and stuff in terms of prescriptions. I'm sure we will line up in that because it's like, you know, because it's voting, right? It's just voting. And then you would also
Well,
have to
it's
do
more than voting. It's also, from what
protests.
it's
Yeah, and
also contacting your local officials and doing many
yeah,
more things. No,
yeah. Basically, the standard processes for active political change, right? Yeah.
but the actions
Um,
will be different if you realize what the effect is heading, what the direction is. No.
I guess yes, yes. But in my opinion, there should be a higher burden of proof when it comes to like I recognize that there can be early warning signs, but that early warning signs should only serve as an indicator, as a means to okay, we need a total investigation of what's going on, rather than
Well,
okay, we're
prevention is
going to
not an
say that this is
investigation. Prevention is prevention. We are stopping this
well,
before it will happen.
Yeah, yes, but that is part of prevention. Investigation is part of prevention as well, right? You want to investigate what is going on behind the scenes, behind the office doors, right? If people are genuinely trying to plan out a transgender genocide, that is obviously very bad, right? And that they should be stopped and they should be prosecuted as well. I
So
agree with you
I
there.
actually took part in a conference. The conference was called The Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust, and the author of the book, Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Methods, was part of that um, conference. And I actually asked him that question directly. I'm not sure if you would agree with his
Mhm.
answer. I asked him, I actually didn't ask about trans people, I asked about the LGBT broadly.
Mhm.
If the persecution targeting of the LGBT could be in any way framed as genocide. And his answer was this, that first of all, Lemkin's definition was, of course, lowered, in which
Mm.
case the social groups were removed, and social groups would absolutely include the LGBT.
Mm-hmm.
And that when two conditions are met, a targeting of a group, a specific attack on a group, and those who attack the group speaking of creating a world without that group, if those two conditions are present, then mechanisms of prevention should go into effect. Would you agree with this statement?
On the surface, I would agree, but I want to also tell you why I disagree when I'm looking into it further. Because uh, so there's one example I would like to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so World War II again, but this time from
World
the
War II.
Allies' end.
All right.
Yeah, this time from the Allies' end. The implied intent seems to be there, right? For example, if if for example, if we didn't really dig further for proven intent, for example, they were exclusively targeting German people. They did the Dresden fire bombings. They did the where a lot of civilians died. They did a lot of other war crimes. They were taking over towns and villages and pushing them inwards to a point where like things became really, really insufferable for them as well. And then uh but however, obviously in retrospect, we don't really view what the Allies did to the Nazi Germany as like a genocide. We view that as, you know, what I guess going against like a tyrannical regime or something, right? The true intent is not to genocide, but to go against the Nazis, because the Nazis could technically be classified under a social group. Well, not a social group, but like a group that is under the
Political.
protection of, yeah, political, yeah, pretty much.
So, was there a talk from the Allies that once they're done, there will be no Germany and no more German people to speak of?
I'm I can't pull up any specific
And
examples,
I
but I'm
mean
sure
on
there.
an official level, not between soldiers saying we're gonna kill those Germans.
On an official level. Um, yeah, I have not really looked into that specific part, so I unfortunately cannot
Because when
tell
it
you.
comes to trans people, you do have
Um,
Trump that says, if I win, I will just get rid of the whole thing. You do have people that draft those bills and say transness should be eradicated from this country completely.
um, I like I said, you can make a really good argument, and I think you do make a good argument for specifically under Article 3, I think, where
In
you
which
can
case, I
say.
think that preventative mechanisms should come into play to protect the group.
Sure, but then I guess another question is like what kind of preventative measures, right? Because
Shutting down the
uh
bills.
shutting down the bills,
Yes.
like
Or even
forcibly.
preventing people that want to produce them from being able to do so in the future.
I
I'd go so far because it's the GOP, it's the party of the devil, so I'd go as far as to eliminating them from public life altogether. But there are
um
many methods of
that's a lot.
prevention.
Hold on, I'm trying to take that all in. That's a lot. Shutting down the bills.
That
That
would be the bare minimum. These will not go any further. These will not be even discussed or voted upon. These are
even
genocidal in nature.
even without voting or anything like
Because
that,
right
I
now
guess.
we are fighting not to let them pass, but if they would be deemed genocidal in nature and preventative measure would come into place, then it would not be a matter of fighting for them not to come into law. They would be just struck out. They would be thrown away as genocidal in nature, no?
I have a problem with that.
You have a problem
Yes.
with bills targeting specific groups being crossed out because of their genocidal nature?
Because from what I know, um, the United States has an equal protections clause. Does trans people, not clause, but like they have legislation, I think federal legislation protecting minority groups. Would I think transgender people would classify under that, right?
Well, it doesn't protect them from those bills being passed.
Yes, I agree with you. However, I think that when they are um, making these bills happen, they have the plausible
She and
deniability
her.
of saying, "Oh yeah, these aren't, these aren't really like we're not trying to eradicate. The purpose of this bill is not to eradicate the transgender people; it's to protect our kids or something." Which I think is for example, I think their excuses are really silly, right? But the thing is that we still have
But
to
you have to finish the
place like a
sentence. You have to protect the kids from what? From the
from
existence
transgender
of this group,
people. Well,
which
yes,
means we want to eradicate this group.
I agree with you,
You could very
but
well replace "we want
hold
to
on.
eradicate Jewish people" with "we just want to protect the German people from the Jewish," which was also said.
Sure, I agree with you, but it seems so far that if there is a possible future in which the legislation is pushed forward towards, but
Mm-hmm.
then uh, democracy beats it, right? Let's just say that voting manages to beat it and there's enough public support to beat it. I don't see any need to put any genocidal prevention measures in place. So
So does that mean we
even though
gamble?
the bills, well, a little bit, yeah, because in my opinion, sometimes gambling is not necessarily bad, but it is something
I think
sometimes the correct
gambling
thing to
with
do.
people's lives is pretty bad.
Yes, sure, you can view it as that, but I also view it as gambling US democracy as well, because when you are just shutting down a bill without popular support in the form of representatives and etc., you are gambling with the foundation of the nation, even though you
I
can
mean
make a good argument
that
of
is the
it being a.
nature of the UN Genocide Convention, stripping away the sovereignty of nations to an extent.
To an extent, yes, but
To an
when we
extent
look
that they
at
cannot enact
ju-
a genocide on their population.
yeah, but when we look at the specific prior ruling that I do know, it seems as though for the planning part, it has to be much more coordinated on the national level where okay, we are planning to absolutely hone in and exterminate all of them within like this span of time or something like that, right?
Isn't
Like
it
it's something more specific.
what's happening with the bills? What other planning
Uh
could you have than legislation? Isn't it the ultimate planning? Drafting law and putting it into place?
like I said before, the bills can be viewed as a warning sign, but the bills, there's no evidence to show that all of the bills are sort of working in conjunction in order to bring about the next step from there, where it's like,
What
okay,
is
we're
the
going to start
next
burning some
step?
bodies now. Well, the next
With
step
bring
would be
what?
like mass killings or
No,
something.
no, that is incorrect. A genocide does
Uh,
not need mass killing.
well, sure, but I'm just
Like
sorry. I'm just giving an
we're
example
making
out
a
there.
big mistake here into conflating all types of genocide into a Holocaust, and that we, if we do not see clear signs of camps being built, people being rounded up, then we cannot say that it will be a genocide. That is a huge mistake.
I agree that you don't need camps. For example, there's been, these kinds of things happen in the past where there weren't camps. However,
I assume we
I
both
think,
agree that the Uyghur genocide is a thing,
yes, yeah.
and
But
that doesn't entail
do
mass
you
killing.
do you know? Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that factual thing. Do you know if mass killings were part of that? Like
No,
it
they're
was not.
not. It's
Okay, yeah, I don't
re-education
know
and
too much about it.
sterilization.
If it's re-education, I wouldn't consider re-education like as big of a step as sterilization. I would say sterilization is definitely more akin to like genocidal rape, where it's like, I think they're sending in like Han men to rape the woman. Uh, yeah, I think that's what's happening there.
So that doesn't have mass killing, and yet we would recognize that as a genocide. Yeah.
Well, yeah, which is why I want to sort of walk back the part where I said mass killings. I
Mm-hmm.
said that was a mistake on my part. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, but misspeak or to say, right? So again, I don't recognize that. Okay, because for example, you can totally have a genocide if the group of one people all look exactly the same,
Mm-hmm.
except you just moved the group of like the babies to another group
Like in
entirely. You can have a
Ukraine.
genocide that way. Sure. Yeah. But for even in that one, I don't know if I would consider that one a genocide yet.
You would not consider the transferring of Ukrainian children to Russia and making them into Russian citizens a genocide?
Well, the physical element would be there. The intent to destroy the Ukrainian people is also there. However, it could entirely be the case as well that they could say all of that and
Well,
on
they
the
also do
surface,
all of that.
or they don't actually mean it, right? They could say all of that, do all of that, but not actually mean it.
What do you mean?
Because what is the real means? The real means could just be taking over the land, right? Like if they simply just want to land, but then they use extermination of the Ukrainian people as an excuse.
They don't need to do
It's
that to take over the
it's
land.
genocide as an excuse, but
The Russian Empire took over all that land without having to exterminate all the people.
well, I don't know about the Russian Empire per se, right? But
Oh,
I'm
I
just
do
only
quite a
talking
lot.
about the Russia right now. Yeah.
So if they say they want to eradicate the Ukrainian nation and they transfer children from um, one group to the other, is it reasonable to then ask, well, do they actually mean it?
I don't agree that actually means they actually mean it.
Well,
The
is it even
reason,
reasonable to ask, do they actually mean it?
oh well, we wouldn't be asking them because they would lie. I
It
think
doesn't
a
matter if
much
they mean it
more,
or not. The actions speak for themselves. We could very well ask, well, the Nazis did exterminate the Jewish people.
well,
They did say they
I think,
wanted to exterminate it, but did they actually mean it? Who
I
knows?
think that,
We never know if they actually meant it.
well, in that case,
We
it's
can never prove it,
well,
no
no,
matter
hold on,
what.
hold on. But in that one, it's different because in private, they do actually have, commands and paperwork and evidence to show that, right? Obviously, it's all after the fact, I guess. But that was after it happened,
I mean,
which is
official
sad.
statements basically count as documents. They're just spoken, not
But
written.
but in my opinion, public documents are different from private documents because I feel as though public documents can be used to rouse up
So
a group of
are you
people.
expecting private Russian documents to emerge in which they would say, we don't actually mean it, we don't actually want to destroy the Ukrainian nation? It's all a
Well,
prank?
no, no. Rather, I think the need to be necessary for the evidence to prove a positive claim, as in like, there needs to be papers to say, oh yeah, we are absolutely planning on eradicating all the Ukrainian people. That would suffice for me.
But that's not what that's what does that have to do with the transferring of children from one group to the other?
Uh, I mean, that can happen, but that can
There,
happen not
there, I
necessarily
can
as
guarantee you
within the.
100% that there exist internal orders that say we do want to transfer those children and give them Russian passports. I can
It.
already
I
tell
mean,
you without those documents being
that's
unearthed,
and
that's
then
that's what's
that's
happening.
100%. I agree with you, right? I 100% agree with you, but it would need to be moving children to another country.
They are being moved
Um,
to another
with
country, to
I know,
Russia
yes, 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 yes. I agree with you.
and Belarus.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you there. Yes, I agree with you. However, it has to be with the express purpose of, okay, we have to eradicate the Ukrainian people because they can
Well, yes, we
also
are
have,
changing them from Ukrainian to Russian.
yes, but you can do that without the express purpose of
You can do
eradicating
them
the
without
group as a whole.
eradicating them as Ukrainian.
You can transfer babies, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
have them grow up under the Russian, under Russia.
Mm-hmm.
However, it just so believes to me that if there is additional evidence where it comes out, where it says something along the lines of like, okay, this is one of the things that we have done in order to completely and utterly eradicate the Ukrainian people,
Such orders
then
exist
I
in
agree with
no
that.
regimes. There are no orders like this within Nazi Germany. It's
But for
just
that one, I would just
we're sending Jewish people to a camp. It's not we are sending Jewish people to a camp in order to fulfill a bigger plan of eradicating all Jewish people. Such orders do not exist. We're not talking about cartoon villains.
in that scenario, I would say that there's overwhelming evidence in support of that, right? As in the terms of like, that's why I think they're different. But in the Ukrainian one, um, I think the Donbass region or something like anyway, they took over a region, but they didn't really systematically kill all the Ukrainians
But
inside of it, right?
you don't have to systematically kill all of the people in order to erase their identity and erase Ukrainian as a nation. You just have to kill enough, you just have to kill the elite, and you just have to transfer all the children and make them Russian.
Uh,
The goal
in
is
that
not to eliminate the goal is not to kill 40 million Ukrainian people. The goal is to kill enough regular people and erase Ukrainian intellectual and political elite, transfer children, and
I
bring in the Russian,
I have a
enact
question.
Russification, and in that way you erase Ukraine
Sure,
as Ukraine altogether.
sure.
That is a form.
Lemkins actually agrees with Russification. From what I've heard, like he agrees that it's a genocide, right? From what I've searched up, right? Uh, Now I do have a question then.
Mm-hmm.
Um, in your mind, I guess, is it possible to um for me, it's more like if all the other options are completely gone, then that one is the only one left. For example, if the Russians have completely took over the land, and then they haven't really, but then they only took over land, but they left the Ukrainian people alone when they only have administration over the land. For me, that's not a genocide per se, like necessarily as a absolute indicator. I think that if they took over the land and then started systematically disintegrating like killing people and then culturally converting people and etc. That, in my opinion, would be a genocide, right? Because then at that point the land excuse is eliminated, but for right now the land excuse is not eliminated, it seems. For now it seems like Putin might be more of an old world conqueror rather than another Hitler, if that makes sense.
So I guess we agree then, since we already have many mass graves. I assume we both are familiar with what happened in Bucha.
Buchov?
Bucha, yes.
Oh, is that in Srebrenica?
No, it's in Ukraine.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know about these specific locations or anything like that,
When
but
the Russians came in
yeah, just
and
tell me about it.
shot the population in the head of Bucha, a famous mass killing in Bucha. We already know that
Uh,
Russia does exactly what you described,
so they
taking over the
basically
land and mass killing the population in it, and then enacting Russification and bringing in Russians to populate the area. We know what happened in Mariupol.
so can
Hundred,
I
like
can I
thousands
ask
of people
there?
killed. Yes, the city emptied, and now Russian people are buying apartments in Mariupol.
I sort of want to ask a question there. So for Mariupol and Buchov, since you know more about that, do you know if, for example, they took over the city and then they still
Executed the people.
executed?
Yes, that's what happened in Bucha.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I actually did not know that for on my side, right? So why is it that you think that then sure, in my definition, it would be considered a genocidal act, yeah.
So yeah,
Um
Russia is
if
waging a
they
genocidal war against Ukraine.
yeah, it would be a genocidal act, yeah. But in terms of a genocidal war, a genocidal act doesn't have to constitute like a genocidal war. Is it do you know where the command might come from though to execute that or um the order to do the mass killings,
Well, it
I
comes
guess?
straight from the top, from Putin, who
Okay.
says
If it
that
comes straight from the
Ukraine
top
is
from Putin,
a
then that's fair.
disease, that Ukraine is not a thing that should be suffered to exist.
Um in that case, then yeah, I would consider that to be genocidal act, yeah, for the mass killings part. Do you know why historians are there historians right now or people of scholarly excellence, not excellence, I don't want to say excellence, okay, that sounds very pretentious, just basically people up there who would say like, oh yeah, we do recognize what Russia is doing to Ukraine as like a genocide or a genocidal act.
In fact, yes. At the same
Mm.
conference, the Wasted Lessons of the Holocaust, there was a speaker who spoke on Ukraine, and he said that in his opinion, what is happening, and that was earlier in the conflict, what in his opinion, what is happening in Ukraine does constitute a genocide, a different type of genocide than what most people imagine when they hear the word, but a genocide nonetheless.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, then perhaps yeah, then he is perhaps doing waging a genocidal war in the sense of
In
that,
fact,
then
the
yeah.
most interesting thing that happened in that conference was when I met that person before. Uh, we met during dinner before his speech, and I said, "Yeah, in my opinion, what's happening in Russia is um, genocide." We spoke in Polish, and his eyes sort of lightened up, and he said, "Oh, I get it. You're Ukrainian." I was like, "No, no, I'm not. I just think it is."
Oh, okay. What just has that happened before where some other Ukrainian person came up to them and then went like, "Yo, by the way, this is what's happening," or what? Why did they say that? I guess.
Well, it's not as easy probably to. I mean, your initial reaction was no, it's not. So
Yeah. Okay, I see.
that was
Um.
probably the logic behind his reasoning. But yeah, he said he agrees with me right after.
Okay, I see. If because I feel like that's probably one of the biggest because the one that sort of convinced me a little bit more was the part about mass killings. I think the after the territory was occupied and the mass killings were commenced. For me, that's a huge part of trying to convince me that okay, there might actually be genocide going on. Because do you know if Dylan Burns actually covered any of this as
Of
well?
course,
Like
many
the mass
times.
killings, right?
Of
Okay,
course,
okay, okay.
yeah, of
Just
course.
do you know if there's videos that you can send me actually on that one? Yeah.
A moment.
I know that Anna or Ukrainian Anna because I've interviewed her before.
I've spoken to
She
her. I think
yeah,
we're.
she's really nice.
I
Yeah.
would. I would call us friends.
Yeah. Oh, that's cute. Yeah. So she did send me without me asking, okay. She did send me in DMs pictures of rape chambers and the people inside of them who are dead from rape. So it's like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, I have seen gruesome pictures, yeah. Yeah. And in my opinion, that could be another piece of evidence that can point towards genocidal action as well because uh rape being a thing of conquering is normal. um That sounds really bad, but I mean, like throughout history, it is normal,
What
right?
is what is
But
happening?
however, the difference that makes it different for me is a rape chamber, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, Having a rape chamber implies consistency and reusability. So when these factors are factored in, I think that you can make a stronger case for genocide
What is
there.
YouTube doing? It's translating all the video titles into
Oh,
Polish.
don't worry. At least you can read them, right?
Rosja ma
um,
normalną sytuację.
oh,
Jesus.
I'm gonna try to pronounce that. Say that 5 times fast. Yeah.
You should try saying stół z powyłamywanymi nogami.
Did that work?
You tried.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. I wonder if here's what I'm interested in seeing
I
in
know
the
that you
future is
spoke about it, about
oh,
Bucha many times and the mass graves, mass killings, etc. I'm not sure if there's
oh,
gonna be a dedicated video, but
I do actually want to see a dedicated video because I like talking about the topic of genocide. Okay, that sounds terrible as well, but I just listen. Uh, for me, it's just a fascinating topic. That's all.
Mhm.
So yeah, I come from a place of learning.
I mean, I'll
And
look it up, but
yeah, you'll.
just
I
when
hope
I
that
find
so
it, I'm
far
just gonna send it to you.
yeah, I hope
Although
that
I'm
so
not
far I
sure if there
present
is
this.
a I know that he speaks of it a lot in his.
Hmm. Yeah, because it's like, here's the thing is that I would probably give it like right now I would give it like a 70% genocide, 30% non-genocide. Like I would say that like these I feel like I can
70%
only
genocide.
like chances of it being like a genocide in the end. Like many years later, historians look back on it with a clear mind, with no biases, and just go like, you know what, this is what it is. Um but but yeah, I hope you can understand. I can't. The reason I can't really assign like 100%, kind of thing is more like the more symptoms there are, the more I raise the percentages, and the less symptoms there are, the less I have the percentages up. But right now,
Mm-hmm.
if somebody were to ask me, do you think that a genocide is happening there right now? I would say, you know what? I do actually think that a strong case can be made for genocide, right? Like instead of me saying that there is 100% certainty there is genocide there, I'm trying to give the academic way of saying it and say something along the lines of like a strong case or a weak case or a strong case, right? Like that's a better way to phrase things. Yeah.
And of course, there's the Putin saying that Ukraine is not even a thing. Ukrainians and Russians are one people.
That makes sense. A lot of people from Yugoslavia also said like, oh yeah, these people are not a thing. Croats are not a thing. Yeah, the Bosniaks are not a thing, right? So
Which
so
would
so so yeah, it is. Yeah.
which would bring me on a whole rant on the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, on Lithuania, how Lithuania was something totally separate from Russia, etc.
Mm-hmm.
How the
Yeah.
Lithuanian language was a totally separate language from Russian, how it developed separately, how it split into Belarusian and Ukrainian. That's a
Yeah.
different.
That's interesting. Yeah, because I actually don't know all that much about that thing. I know that apparently the Yugoslavia and the USSR were allies. Were they? Or I don't remember, but I know that at some point they were allies before the USSR fell apart, and the Yugoslavia fell apart later, and then all of that stuff happened. And I think one particular good point to always point out is also that they prosecuted. From what I heard, they also prosecuted people on the Croats end and also on the Serbian end as well for committing war crimes. I know that whenever people bring up the UN, they say like, "Oh, the UN were biased against Serbians," right? No, no, they prosecuted Serbians under genocide, but they also prosecuted the people who were going against the Serbians at the time for war crimes as well, from what I remember. So it was interesting to Yeah, if true. Okay, if true. All right. I should probably look up. It's been a while since I've done a genocide research. Yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, I'm
I would
reading
say.
a lot about it right now.
What made you read about genocide per se? I
The
guess.
Holodomor.
Oh, are you still planning on debating Loner Box one day?
Oh yes.
Oh, did you guys plan out something?
Well, I might contact him soon. I have a lot more reading to do before I like this book. I'm gonna try to find it. Oh, there we go. It's here. Oof. Oh, that one's pretty good. Wielki
Oh,
głód na Ukrainie.
I don't know what that says.
The Great Hunger in Ukraine, 1932-1933.
Interesting.
And
Yeah.
this
Okay.
book's just primary sources. It's like a thick book filled with documents, orders, letters. So that I'll have to vet through this, for one. I'll have to
Yeah.
go through the Gebert book. I'm also reading because to understand the genocide, you probably have to understand the person that was the main architect. So I'm reading a new biography of Stalin by Oleg Klevnyuk. That's the
Interesting.
book.
Yeah,
And all of them are
I would be,
quite fat, so it will
I would
keep
actually
me.
I would actually be curious as to know about that because I think a Holodomor conversation with you would be really interesting. But however, I have not caught up on Holodomor for months now at this point. So yeah, the last time I've searched up anything on it, which is why I don't really stand by any of the things I said in the past
Right.
about the
So I'm reading
Holodomor,
about our
right?
little comrade
Um,
Soso. Soso was a terrible rascal.
oh,
Yeah, you know Soso.
that sounds familiar. That does sound familiar, Sasov. Yeah.
Soso.
Oh, huh? Who?
Soso. Soso.
Soso?
Soso.
Soso? It
Yeah,
was that a person who worked under Stalin?
that was Stalin. That was his little Georgian nickname. Sort of
Oh,
thing to his
that's
name.
his nickname. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, here's the thing: is that when it comes to USSR related things, I am incredibly not well versed in things like that. Right? Like
Because
I'm not. I'm just straight up not. Yeah.
oh, it's full. Josep Bessarionis Tejugashvili. Bessarionis because his father had a really cool name, Bessarion.
Bessarion.
Bessarion, yes.
Bessarion.
Yeah, Bessarion.
Yes. Okay. All right. I said it correctly.
His mother was named Catherine, and her little cute Georgian nickname was Keke.
Keka.
Keke, yes.
Nice. I've seen earlier pictures of Stalin.
So
He
Soso
actually was
and Keke.
Soto and Kaka.
Keke.
Soso and Kaka.
Keke.
Nice. That's cute. That's cute. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna say that the photo of the 15-year-old Stalin is pretty terrifying. I have it in
okay.
this book.
I've seen Stalin as a young man. He was quite handsome. So
Well, this Stalin is. I find this photo to be very terrifying.
oh my God. Average.
That is Stalin at 15 years old at the Tiflis Seminarium.
Okay. I see. Wow. All right. Interesting. I think it would be interesting is for me to. I guess I want to see you also debate tankies as well. Have you tried challenging tankies?
Like who?
I don't know any of the crazy people on
Hassan?
Twitch, I guess.
Hassan Piker?
Yeah, I think you should message Hassan. Yeah.
I should
Or
totally
you
message
can.
Hassan.
Yeah, you should totally message
That
Hassan.
should.
I actually
That
messaged.
would. You messaged them?
Well, back then when he was not popular and he was with Destiny, I remember I either messaged him or I replied to him on Twitter, and then he replied back to me because we were just arguing back and forth on Twitter, and that's it. But that was back then before it blew up, right? He was, you know,
A small little bean.
before the bridge burning. Yeah, exactly.
Because before you burned the bridge with him?
Before Destiny burnt the bridge with Hassan.
Debate
Yeah,
has, oh no, MAGA Republicans. MAGA, sorry,
yeah.
MAGA socialists. Sorry.
MAGA socialists.
So
Do you know
you're advising me to debate Hassan.
infrared?
I mean, that would
You
be
should.
great for the channel growth, debating Hassan.
It well, true. That is true. Or you can any other prominent, I guess, tanky out there. Well,
Are there
well,
any prominent tankies out there apart from Hassan Piker?
no. Well, like I'm not gonna say moral. Listen. I hate using the word prominent because it implies there's something
MAGA
positive about
communist.
their presence in the space, but I would only consider their presence to be very negative.
I
I think
would agree.
well, unless it was like trying to get people as a starting point into politics, and then they stop watching them right afterwards to continue diving into more in-depth endeavors, right? But then it seems like they just continue watching them until they burn out. So it's like, okay, like you're not really consuming anything, you know? Yeah, it
Also,
seems.
Conquest has not affirmed that the Holodomor was not a genocide. Far from it, actually.
The conquest of bread.
Robert Conquest, a
Robert
historian.
Conquest. Is that the winter
It's a
harvesting?
historian that spoke
Yeah,
on the Holodomor.
I think Robert. Was it Robert? Robert what again?
Robert
Sorry.
Conquest. Also, there are many East European historians
The Harvest of Sorrow.
that are completely thrown out of the discussion about the Holodomor in the West. I could name them from this book, in fact.
Do you know why they were just thrown out?
I don't know, Western supremacy or something. I would assume that many of their works are simply not translated to English.
I see. Somebody should actually take the time to translate them to English as a passion project. I think that would be important to recognizing, probably bringing more things to light,
That's true.
because it turns out that we are, finding out new things all the time about, the USSR as well. So
That's right.
I think all is fair is fair. Yeah, especially like the kinds of things that Putin has locked away that we haven't even seen yet, right? I think would be interesting to see, like stuff that is in Russian hands, right? Yeah. Who knows? Who
There
knows
we
what kind of
go.
secrets are
The
there?
pioneers of the research are Professor Stanisław Kulczycki, Yuri Shapował, Roman Serbyn, Andrea Graziosi, and many others that nobody probably ever
Interesting.
heard of.
I would actually be interested in reading these if they were in English. Yeah. Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah. No, this gave me a lot of insight.
I would
Onto
say that
these
many
things.
discussions on these topics are highly limited.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure. Again, I'm sure we still don't agree on everything.
Mm-hmm.
But however, you have convinced me more on the case of the genocide of Ukrainians
Right.
perpetrated by the Russians right now. A
Remember,
stronger case. They just say a stronger case. Yeah.
Polish people and Ukrainians are sibling nations.
Polish and you are they? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Of course, we used to form a single Commonwealth together, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Oh, interesting.
Almost the Polish-Lithuanian-Ruthenian Commonwealth, but that didn't come to pass, unfortunately. I mean, it did, but it sort of, but Russia invaded, so.
I see.
I
Yeah.
mean, Ukrainian as a language is far more similar to Polish than Russian to begin with. We share 70% vocabulary.
If Russia does win over Ukraine, I wonder.
Am I next? It's a high possibility.
Yeah, that's
I would
because
not
then
count it out.
Yeah, you would not count it out. I wouldn't count it out either, despite NATO. But like, yeah, it's just these days, um, the UN is slow.
That's right.
Well, it's always been slow, actually,
And
but slower.
The US, your country is betraying Ukraine. The grand old party, rather, is betraying Ukraine.
Yeah, yeah. From what I remember, I don't know that much about the bill itself, but it's not good. It's not good because again, this is one of the problems with
The grand old party.
democracy. Well, also with democracy, is that I recognize that you're beholden to stuff like that, but at the same time, yeah, it's just really sad.
I mean, when
Yeah,
Trump is
right.
saying that the grand old party should just nuke the deal about the border because Trump wants to base his election campaign around the border, then we can clearly see that the GOP, the Republican Party, is just the party of the devil, no?
These days, it's all transgender. Yeah, I mean, they don't even have a platform to run on except for this
I
gay
mean,
panic stuff that's happening. Like
it's as I've said in a short that was made that the Grand Old Party, they want Ukrainians dead. They Trump announced that it wouldn't support Europe should it be attacked. Trump announced that it wouldn't support Taiwan should it be attacked. Um, the Grand Old Party wants the homeless dead or arrested. The Grand Old Party wants trans people dead. What a wonderful party.
they're really bad. I think that the Republicans back, like, they definitely have the capacity to be the Nazis if they had the power to do so, right? Like, if they had absolute power, like a like instead of a three-pronged government like we had right now, I think that if they had absolute power like Hitler's party did, yeah, I think we would I'm gonna be honest, okay? I'm not sure if anyone's too safe. Okay, yeah.
Well, who knows what happens once Donald gets into office?
Um listen, I hope not. This is just my hope. All right. But it would be very bad if he was also prosecuted for crimes that he has done and got into office. So then he would be ruling from a prison cell, and then since he is the chief commanding officer, he could technically command the soldiers to break him out of jail.
Hitler
I don't know.
Hitler didn't have absolute power, but you could argue that the Nazi party overall did.
Yeah. Um. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if the U.S. turns into the Fourth Reich. We'll see about that one.
We'll see
If
in the
so, then
meantime.
the world is going to be in a dire state because it's the most powerful country right now. So it's like military wise, especially, right? Because yeah, mm, who knows, right? Especially with nuclear power, you can't really prevent anything here technically. So it would be like China, right? The reason why nobody ever goes into China to prevent the Uyghurs from being genocided,
That is
is
incorrect, Rice, Dwight. That is absolutely incorrect. In a very recent interview,
hmm?
Robert Conquest has absolutely said that the Ukrainian people were targeted. I'm reading my Twitch chat.
Oh, okay. I was like, oh, did I say something
No,
you
no, no,
disagree
no.
with? Yeah. Okay. The yeah. Oh, oh God. Yeah. Robert Conquest, Harvest of Sorrow, and
Also,
um,
I would add to be careful. Robert Conquest is not be all and all um, authority on the topic of
yeah,
um, the
of course.
Holodomor.
Yeah.
Like this
Yeah.
book is, apart from the introduction and a short summary of history, it only has archives, it only has documents, and this book, in no uncertain terms, says that the Holodomor was a genocide, and it claims that the documents presented in this book support this claim. So I have to vet through them and see.
Interesting. Yeah, because you know what I'll be interested in is if you can somehow upload the documents online. So then
Or
I
I'd
can
have to
also look
translate
over
them
them.
from Polish
Oh,
or
oh,
Ukrainian. It's a
yeah, that
Ukrainian
would be,
Polish book.
that's too much work. That's too much work. Yeah, never mind. um, God, if somebody were to pay you, and then
Would you pay me?
not me, stop. Okay, I'm talking about like a professor sponsor. Like you could contact like an academic. I think some people might actually go like, you know what, you're doing good work. And we will fund your goals to add more resources for everybody out there to see, which is like, no matter if you agree or disagree, it's good to have more things come to light, especially people who never had their voices, heard. I think would be good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um, Again, I'm not a lefty. I'm just a liberal. But I find that we managed to have a really good conversation about genocide. So I thought this was a productive, discussion.
That is what I strive for.
Yeah. Next time we can definitely talk about stuff like the Holodomor and stuff like that after I've read up more on it, at the
Mm-hmm.
very least. Yeah. For sure. Um.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Is there? I guess you want to shout yourself out.
Yes.
Yeah.
You should
Hmm.
go and uh, join my page, which is lucyhaze.org/live, and donate and subscribe to fund my research.
Based. Huzzah. It's not haze. It's huzzah.
Haze.
It's Haza. Haza.
Haze.
Okay.
Like the
Huzzah. Huzzah.
Haze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huzzah. Okay. Okay.
Lucy Haze.
Um. Yeah. Oh, wait. Can I shout myself out a little bit as
Of
well?
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Food shops. Um. I guess some people know me. Yeah, listen, like, just forget about it. Okay. I mean, you already know who I am. It's fine. Well, I don't care at this point. Okay. Whatever. Yeah.
You don't care?
It's just, look, if you want to find me, youtube.com @food shops. All right, that's it. Oh, also, can you give me your link to Twitch and your YouTube? Oh, actually, no, I'll just post it in the chat afterwards.
Post
Honestly,
my
yeah.
page so people can donate and subscribe.
Oh, can you send me your page?
Also, have you debated Destiny?
I have debated Destiny on one thing.
Oh, what was it?
It was about
Did you win?
No, it was about specifically parasociality. But you have to keep in mind that at the time, I was very nervous, very very early on, and whatever. And I haven't debated him since. Actually, no, wait, hold on. I did actually was
Win
on a
against
panel with
him.
him. Yeah, I guess I was on a panel once, regarding uh with Destiny about Israel and Palestine.
Did you win?
No, I think we all lost. I think Quibbles was the one that was also on there, and he was going 1v5, 1v6 against like everybody else basically.
Oh,
And
okay.
Lonerbox was also there too, so yeah. It was an interesting experience, I would say. You can also watch that one. That one's up, but yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well
Um
then,
Okay. All right. Well, if there's nothing else, then thank you
thank
so
you.
much, and have a
We'll
great
see
night
you.
or
Yeah.
day. See ya.
Thank you. Bye
Goodbye.
bye. Bye
See ya.
bye. Well, as they say in the debate spheres, that went as well as I. That went about as well as I expected it to go. So, what did you think? What did you think of this magnificent debate about genocide, which, as always, when I debate, it's not a debate? I turn debates into non debates. That's my magical skill / ability. But any feedback is welcome. Any feedback is always very, very welcome. Was way better than anything food. Lucy educates again. On a kick about OnlyFans. Oh my gosh. Much better than. What did you expect? What have you expected? What were your expectations? What were your expectations when this started? Footsteps of Zeka, I think you, Lucy, seem educated on the topic and knowledgeable. Thank you. Okay, I guess. Shall we play a video game for now? I feel like we should rest after this. It went as perfectly as it could have went. This is what happens when I spend all my days only reading books and I don't know. I thought food shops would have gotten more stuck on definition of genocide. I don't think there was much to get stuck on. Right now I'm on reading about the Armenian genocide, how the Armenians became within the Ottoman Empire from the loyal millet, they became the betraying millet, and they became a targeted group as the millet of betrayers. I expected footsteps to be a lot more animated. It revealed the thought process, I think. What revealed the thought process? Sorry. Resident Evil. What revealed the thought process? So I guess that went well. So basically that's how my debates go. This is how my debates go. This is how I debate. The convo revealed how different people think about genocide and very easy to understand why. I wanted to watch the rest of the conference you were watching before. Oh, that's true. Basically explained it perfectly. I just wanted just yelling. That's true. We could just continue the conference. You're right. That's true. We can continue watching. We might as well continue with the theme of genocide. I'm gonna make the game quiet. We're hopping to react. And we can continue listening to an expert talking about the genocide. I actually know this person. I know this. I know him in person. He's a friend of my mom's. The book contains a dedication to my mom. The dedication to my mom. Huh. Well, let us continue.
Unprecedented. Now, these sound as if they were synonyms. They're not. Something unique not only never happened before, but will never happen again. It's a one-of-a-kind event of which, in fact, nothing can be said. Something
He's speaking about the Holocaust right now. That if it cannot be compared to anything else, that it's treated as nothing like it happened before and nothing like it will happen ever again, then he argues that there isn't really anything meaningful that we can say about it. Oh. Oh yes, swap players. I've actually mentioned the Poraimos. Where are the chats? I've actually mentioned the Poraimos. Did you catch that? That I've mentioned the Poraimos in the Did you know what the Poraimos was before I mentioned it? Do you know what the Poraimos is? Are you familiar with what the Poraimos is? You need to call your opponents more names, more mud, more insults. The Poraimos is the name of the World War II genocide of the Roma people. It means the devouring. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. That's a very good. I guess today we're having a hello. You've missed it, yes, unfortunately. So we're gonna be, I guess this is going to be once again a genocide stream, although I'm not gonna be so hyper and happy about it as last time. Don't worry, you can watch the VOD. I don't have many debates. I'm not even sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. I call those debates, but I'm never sure if they can be qualified as debates. Listen, would you qualify what just happened as a debate? Would you call that a debate? How do you feel, Lucy? I feel pretty okay. Maybe. Maybe debate. Also, this thing is 1 hour long. Soft debate. Okay.
Precedented is something that didn't occur until it occurred, but once it occurred, Hegel would agree it can occur again.
See? Once it occurred, the Holocaust has occurred, and that means that it can occur again. It can. Veg, Vegcom. Thank you very much for your time, presence, and sharing your mind. Thank you for holding a conversation where we can all head out and have a thank you rock. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for being a Twitch chatter. I don't have many of those. Thank you. You are the building foundation of my Twitch audience, which makes me happy that I'm dual streaming because I was starting to really reevaluate my choices.
The very fact that it occurred, proving that the possibility is there. Now, those who advocate the theory of the uniqueness of the Shoah point out very correctly that it has.
I actually wanted to make a joke during this conversation. I didn't, because I said that I would be taking on the positions of this person, and I think Food Shop said something about me translating his work, and I wanted to make a joke that, well, we're both Polish, we're both Jewish, so I guess I'm a good stand-in for him.
Characteristics that combined together exist in no other genocide. For the first time in human history, people built factories for the industrial elimination of other people, right? For the first time
So
in
we
history.
are listing the things that are actually very specific to the Holocaust. And of course, you could also argue that the factories, etc., they were also specific to the Poraimos, which is actually a point that he makes in his book. That, and I said it in the debate thing, that Jewish people and the Roma people were unique when it comes to genocide, because the Nazis have decided that Jewish people and the Roma people were branded for dead wherever they would be around the world. And that was not the case. That's usually not the case in with other genocides. Perpetrators of other genocide usually don't just decide that these people will have to be eliminated all over the globe. No, they usually decide we eliminate the group on our territory, and that's enough for us to enact our happy little world.
The victims are non-combatants. Jews did not wage war on Germany.
This is actually a very interesting point, because many different genocides before the Holocaust were an effect of an uprising of a people against their oppressing rulers. True, though we have to understand here that Polish people, and this is also a very interesting thing, I actually touched upon it in the speech. I touched upon it in the speech that I read to Food Shops during our little debate thing of Poznań, of Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler. And that is that Polish people were treated as human animals. Right? So it was a category above, which meant that they were not necessary to kill, but if they were useful, they could be kept around. And also, and this is a very important factor, while Germans kidnapped the children of Polish people to Germanify them. Jewish people were considered a disease, and the Roma people were considered a disease, not human animals. And so, no good blood existed within them in the eyes of the Nazis. So there was no kidnapping of Jewish or Roma children in order to raise them German. Roma children and Jewish children were to be killed, and Polish children were in fact kidnapped to be turned into Germans. That is a big, big distinction between these groups. That is a big point of distinction. Even though both groups were sort of headed for genocide, there is a certain distinction there that is important to remember. One group was hailed as human animals, and the other group was hailed as a disease. The language was very specific around these things when it came to the Nazis.
Jews as a nation did not wage war on Germany. For the first time in history, the ambition was so thorough. Wannsee actually came late. The genocide was already underway. What they tried to do is put an organizational frame and structure in something that was already developing. But they also programmed the future. They did take into account how many Jews are there in Ireland, less than 1,000 according to their data. And they are also to be killed at the appropriate time when Ireland will be ours, right? Same, of course, is true of the United States, Australia, you name it. No other genocide was this ambitious in scope. And finally, in no other genocide, there was literally no way out. In the genocide of the Armenians in the Ottoman Empire, women could survive if they were willing to convert to Islam and enter somebody's harem. Not a fate that one would wish for anyone, but at least there was a choice between being murdered and living a life that, well, certainly would have been very painful. In the Holodomor, the Ukrainian famine, which we can discuss because there is a very interesting issue whether or not it was a genocide at all, I tend to consider that it was, but there are legitimate arguments to take the opposite position.
There you go. Constante Gebert defends my position that the Holodomor was a genocide. You heard it here. You heard it here officially right now in English from his own mouth. You heard it here.
You could just turn coat. And instead of being a starving peasant, join the secret police and starve other peasants. So many people did that. None of those options were available for Jews. I mean, they could become collaborators. We did have some Jewish collaborators. This didn't save them from death.
They were
At
killed.
the best, it delayed the murder.
Yes, they were killed. The
So-
Jewish police in the ghetto was killed.
All those characteristics that exist so powerfully within the framework of the Shoah and do not exist nearly as powerfully or possibly not at all in other genocides make the Shoah...
And this is a curse. This is a curse in a way. Because most people, when they think of a genocide, they do think of the Shoah. And because those elements, and they look for these elements. Okay? They look for these elements, and when those elements are not present, people start saying, well, is this even a genocide if those elements that were present in the Holocaust are not here? You know?
a supreme horror in the eyes of Elie Wiesel and others who think like him, a tremendum, something that has a metaphysical dimension, and comparing it with anything else seems to trivialize the matter at hand. But what have we been doing those last 5 minutes? Looking at aspects of the Shoah and saying, well, they are different from other genocides.
Comparing.
It happened in the Shoah. It didn't happen in the Ottoman Empire.
We've been
it
comparing.
happened to an extent had we considered Rwanda in Rwanda. We are comparing, even when we use the comparison to prove that we should not compare.
Which is interesting.
Now, comparing is fundamental for two different aspects. One is understanding. If an event is unique, it remains incomprehensible. It is only by comparing events with other events that we can draw any inferences about their nature, structure, dynamism, whatever. So if we say we cannot compare, we say we cannot understand. But this doesn't mean that it is intrinsically beyond comprehension. It means we give up our faculty to understand. It says something about us. It doesn't say necessarily anything about the Shoah.
Yeah.
But second, if it is unique and incomprehensible, then nothing sensible can be said about the actions and motivations of the people involved. Not only the perpetrators,
That's right.
also the victims. We exiled them all to a separate universe that cannot and should not be entered. This I refuse to do. In what regards comprehension, this is a methodological issue. If we want to understand, we have to compare, period. The second issue, to me, is even more important. It's moral. I refuse to give up on trying to understand what happened to my family because they were murdered in a particular way. I refuse to give their murderers the agency. But if we try to understand what happened to the victims, we also need to try to understand what happened to the perpetrators. It's a package deal. And this maybe is the most important reason why we refuse to compare the Shoah. Because once we start disassembling the perpetrator's mental world, they suddenly start looking a lot like us.
That's right.
The comfortable feeling that people who committed such unspeakable atrocities must have been unspeakably different from the rest of humankind, well, it almost mirrors what they said about their victims, right? Mm-hmm. But in fact, they are not unspeakably different. They're unspeakably similar. All of us have read Browning's Ordinary Man, which is a very powerful argument against this demonization of perpetrators. The perpetrators I spoke to in Rwanda or Bosnia were regular people, some of them very nice, actually. But there's a third reason for comparing, and it's practical. It has happened too many times.
Remember when I talked about people that commit genocide seeing themselves as moral people? He just said, I met with the perpetrators of the genocide in Bosnia and Rwanda. Some of them were really nice people.
And therefore it will happen again. And therefore we better be prepared. And we won't be prepared if we won't understand. interestingly enough, I haven't really encountered radical opposition to the idea of comparing among the victims. Not the survivors of the Shoah, not the survivors of the Rwandan genocide, not the descendants of the victims of the genocide of the Armenians. To the contrary, there's almost comfort in the thought that it happened to others as well. I have this friend in Butare in southern Rwanda who had created what was the world's only private museum of the Shoah. He practically raped Yad Vashem to accept him as a student, and studied and learned about the Shoah, and then got Yad Vashem to give him a series of photos and graphs that explain what happened. He brought them back to Rwanda, hang them on the walls of his apartment. Butare is a university town. You then go out on the street and dragoon people back to his apartment and walk them around the place and explain them about the Shoah. And when I asked him, Thierry, why on earth? He said, you know, it's so important for us being the Tutsi, it's so important for us to understand it didn't happen only to us. Well, I know a mensch when I see one, right? So for all those reasons, I not only think we can compare, I think we desperately need to compare. But how about the argument that this trivializes, diminishes, takes away? There is an instinctive feeling that there is something valid in that. Because when we say that something, whatever it is an element of a bigger set of things, well, the word that was missing in that sentence is just. Something is just an element of a set, right? The just decreases the importance. Which is why I think that it is so extremely important to remember about the differences, and actually what has been happening in a kind of spontaneous way, that each genocide has its own proper name. The Shoah is the Shoah. The Paraimos, which is the extermination of the Roma and Sinti by the Germans, is the Paraimos. The Medjeven, which is Armenian for great disaster, is the Armenian genocide. It's separate. Each of them has a proper name. And it's like humans, okay? Yes, we can be considered elements of a larger set of whatever it is. But we don't give up our proper names. We remain ourselves even when we're part of something bigger. And the same, I think, is valid in respect to comparing genocides. I know this has been very long, but I think it's important to explain the thinking behind it, and why the subtitle, the génocidaire, this is a French word that has seeped into English. English, interestingly, doesn't have a specific word for perpetrators of genocide. Although some British colonial actions can legitimately be considered at least candidates.
Did I coin the word by say genociders? I keep using the word genociders, but it seems that I just coined a new word by using that.
For this designation. But maybe because they happened overseas. There was no genocide on the Isles. The language did not feel the necessity of creating its own term. So the French term génocidaire, which means perpetrator of genocide, has entered the literature about Rwanda, French being the colonial language of Rwanda, and through that it's been seeping into English. I think that's very useful to have just one word for perpetrator of genocide. You have it in German, you have it in Polish, you have it in Russian, you have it in Serbian. English is the odd man out. So, génocidaires and their work. Well, first of all, we have rarely looked at genocide from the perspective of perpetrators, because by definition it's aberrant, it's pathological, we have nothing to learn. I beg to differ. From the perspective of the perpetrators, genocide makes a great deal of sense, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. And it is work. This is a quote from a Rwandan génocidaire who was explaining to me just how difficult it was to be a génocidaire. He said, Monsieur, l'homme est un grand animal. Man is a big animal, right? And to chop up the man animal with a machete is hard physical labor. But, he said, look, I'm a serious person, okay? I cannot just stand aside when others are going to do the work. I'm responsible. And this is something that comes up time and time again.
The point that I was making also time and time again during this debate is being made now. This point is being made now.
Nobody was ever punished in the German armed forces during World War II for refusing to participate in the genocide. Nobody. Never. The worst that could happen, you'd be ostracized, you'd be pointed out by your peers as a slacker, not a real man or whatever. Your career might suffer. That was the extent of it. People did it not because they were forced to, but because they believed it's the right thing to do. The difference between a génocidaire and a mass murderer hinges on this. People commit unspeakable crimes to other people, murder, torture, rape, because many of us actually like doing this. But if you read chronicles of massacres, from the ancients through the secret history of the Mongols, the chronicle of the capture of
I've also touched upon this in the debate.
Constantinople, the religious wars of the Low Countries in the 17th century, you name it. The mechanism is surprisingly similar. An army finally takes a city, and then you have an orgy of rape and murder. The term has become banal, orgy of rape and murder. It's a cliche. Those orgies rarely last longer than a week, because there can be too much of a good thing. Like, I mean, everybody likes to murder and rape and torture, whatever, but eventually you get satiated, right? Enough is enough. And if somebody survives that, let them live, who cares? Now, the génocidaire usually takes no pleasure from what he's doing. He's doing it because he's a moral person. He is sacrificing himself to the noble goal of building a better world and a better society. Takes no pleasure, no benefit, and there's no time limit. There's nothing to be satiated, right? Until the work is done, it has to be done. Himmler in 1943 had this famous meeting, well, actually not so famous, that the document is known, it's extremely rarely quoted.
I quoted it today in the debate.
In literature of World War II, I don't know why. He gave this speech to high-ranking SS officers in which he first established the kind of commonality of experience. All of us know what it means to look at thousands of corpses, he said. We are all together co-authors of a great page of German history that will never be written. The guy actually had a nice turn of phrase now and then. And then he says that, well, we are doing this to ensure the survival of our children, to produce a better world for them. And he says, And we
I'm
didn't.
gonna pause and address this. I don't know about that. Many genociders are very sadistic. Maybe that is too journalistic. Maybe the armchair genociders. It's like this. He actually addresses this point directly in his book. In a massacre of a city, most of the people do it in order to satisfy they want to kill, and there are some that on the way might actually be doing the killing out of some sense of moral duty. In the case of a genocide, it's flipped. Most people will do it from the sense of this moral duty, and you will find among them those who will probably find sadistic pleasure in it. So he addresses your point directly in what he speaks about in this point. He addresses it.
Even take a pfennig from them. Meaning privately, of course. Jewish property was robbed by the German state. It helped finance the war effort. But yes, people were court-martialed for privately stealing Jewish property. Because they were robbing not the Jews, but the German state, who was the legitimate owner of whatever property the Jews thought they had. So no, in the ideal model, no pleasure, no time limit, no repression for refusing to, an appeal to the nobler aspects of our nature, right? Our willingness to sacrifice ourselves for a greater common good. Which is why I call genocide the bastard child of the Enlightenment. Now, there is a fashion to badmouth the Enlightenment. That's not what I'm about. We're sitting here because of the Enlightenment, okay? Wouldn't have never have happened if not. But the Enlightenment really meant, among many other things, in political terms, it meant that the idea that the state has obligations to its citizens became commonplace. Before the Enlightenment, it was absurd. The state were the thugs you paid to protect you from worse thugs. End of story, right? The idea that those thugs are supposed to educate your children, heal your sick, correct your labor relations, and build hospitals and bridges, I mean, please. All this is the Enlightenment, the great noble cause of improving humankind. But if in that great noble cause you run across a group of people who stand in the way and refuse to change and will not be resocialized, well, at the end of the day, it is the utilitarian dogma that the greater common good must prevail. Hitler in Mein Kampf is absolutely derisive towards German emotional anti-Semitism. He says this is such a conceptual confusion. There is no reason to feel emotional about hating the Jews. The doctor is not emotional about killing the bacteria in order to save the patient. He doesn't have special feelings about bacteria. He simply does the rational thing. He takes the side of a superior life form against an inferior life form that's threatening it. And this is, he wrote, the attitude we should have towards Jews. And none of that would have been possible without the belief that the state is responsible for the well-being and the progress, and yes, the enlightenment of its citizens.
All right, I'm going to interrupt you.
Sure.
We'll come back to this. I'm sure there'll be questions.
Any thoughts on what we've heard so far? Yes? Any thoughts? What do you think? It's also a product of the nation state. That's true. That is definitely true. I like this later aspect, as it marks that we should not think genocide as barbaric as in that it could only happen with animalistic emotions, but that is a rational process. Yes, and it's really important to also keep in mind that in the minds of the perpetrators, it is a rational process and also a moral process, which was, I think, that I tried to touch upon this point in the discussion. Okay, we can continue. We're sort of.
But I would like
We
us
still have some time.
to say a little bit more about the book for formal features before opening up to contestations. So one is, I mean, you mentioned about the importance of understanding, and I really appreciate that. As someone who doubles in political philosophy, you know, it seems to me that one of the aspects of the book that I appreciate a great deal, but it's difficult to compare which most, but it's that it's not simply a long list, a staggeringly long list, and not an exhaustive one of cases. But it's also, it has a conceptual frame, right? It tries to introduce sort of conceptual clarity into a very messy territory. And so it begins with clarifying the concept of genocide. Now, what is genocide? And I thought maybe you would like to say something about this. What does genocide actually refer to? How does it differ from massacres, which you just invoked? But also, how did that concept come into being? So that for you, I mean, you're not only here, okay, I'm going to clarify your thinking, but you're also the conceptual historian and saying it's a history that we
His nickname is Kostek.
need to understand.
Everybody calls him Kostek. He's a goofball.
And that history has its particular politics attached to it. So I thought you might want to say a little bit about this.
Okay, genocide is this rare theoretical word that actually has a birthday. We know exactly.
Will you hear me in this video? No. No. I'm not in this video. But I do know the person. I do know the person.
Exactly when it was used for the first time. It was used for the first time by the Polish Jewish emigre lawyer Rafał Lemkin, who was in the US then. And he was writing what was to be his opus magnum, Axis Rule in Occupied Europe, where he analyzed German legal documents used to justify and streamline the occupation. And he coined the term genocide to describe what he believed is a new event in human history. This is not a new name for an old ill. It is a new name for a new phenomenon. He had been working on that for more than 20 years, already as a young student at the Jan Kazimierz University in then Lvov, now Lviv. he was struck by the repercussions of the Armenian genocide. There was the famous case of Solomon Telirian, one of the Armenian avengers, who had murdered here in Berlin Enver Pasha, the former Turkish Minister of the Interior, who was the chief architect of the Armenian genocide. And he did it overtly. He did not run. He waited for the police. He took responsibility, and he said, I'm doing this because there's no way to punish this man. And I
Not really, no. Genocide is not an old since civil. No, not really. Usually you had massacres, but it's not genocide. Not really, no.
don't think that his crimes should remain unpunished.
Like, this is a key aspect to this. Genocide being the bastard child of the Enlightenment. You could not have a bastard child of the Enlightenment before the Enlightenment, right? If a thing comes from something, then it could not be before that something even existed. You're making a big mistake, Greater Ain't. Genocide is not about numbers. Genocide is not a mass killing. It's not about how many have to die before it becomes a genocide. Like, this is what we've been discussing all this time today. It's about the intent, and it's about what the goal behind the intent is. Right? And genocide is more than simply persecuting a group. You know?
And he was exonerated by Berlin court, set free, and Lemkin was asking his professor, why isn't there some legal procedure that could be applied against criminals of this kind?
We are about to hear something very important that we've not talked about in the conversation. Very important.
Why do we have to rely on, noble assassins? And the professor told him that there is no possibility under law to prosecute a state for the way it treats its citizens.
See, there is no way to prosecute a state under the law for the way it treats its own citizens, because it's within its sovereignty.
And the example the professor gave him, look, a farmer has chicken, okay? And then he starts killing those chicken. You can't put him in jail for that. They're his chicken. End of story. Well, for Lemkin, this wasn't the end of the story. He started working on a legal document that could be internationally adopted, that could actually prosecute the farmer for the chicken if the farmer is the state and the chicken are us, right? And he toyed with different names. He used barbarism and
Yes. In my segment, I did the whole barbarism, the crime of barbarism and vandalism. I took it from his book. I took it from this book.
vandalism and whatever. In 1934, he was supposed to present his paper at the International Law Congress in Madrid, but the Polish state at the last moment pulled Lemkin from the Polish delegation out of fear that the Western neighbors might not approve. So the presentation was never made in Madrid, and it ultimately was developed into a fully fledged theory when Lemkin was in the States. And then he started lobbying to have this new crime included in the prosecution against Nazi criminals. Didn't work. Nuremberg does not mention genocide. It mentions crimes against humanity.
Also, I've clicked on the link. The goal of what happened here was not the destruction of the group. The goal of this was a political gain of weakening influence and to persuade cities to give up. This is very different from targeting a group for destruction in order to create a world without that group. This is, as the wiki describes it, a massacre. A massacre is a very different thing than a genocide. It's very different from a genocide. A massacre is not a genocide.
That another very important Polish Jewish lawyer, Hersch Lauterbach, brought into prominence, not genocide. Not only that, no Nazi leader was punished at Nuremberg for the way Nazi Germany treated its Jews.
See? I've also mentioned this in the segment.
Other people's Jews, yes. German citizens, no. Farmer and chicken again. And Lemkin continued to lobby, and he had extensive legal contacts. And he managed to convince all the important figures in the national legal world that his crime of genocide really needs to be codified into law. And this happened in December 48 when the UN unanimously passed the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, which includes the definition of genocide, drafted by Lemkin and then significantly changed by the final editorial committee. Lemkin said that genocide is acts committed with the intent of exterminating in whole or in part an ethnic, racial, religious, or national group. This is the way that the convention formulates it. So genocide is defined by intent. Now, intent is the hardest thing to prove in a court. And it has to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. It is not the result, it is not the number of victims.
There you go.
It's not.
It is not the number of victims. So the question of how many people have to die before it's a genocide it's not a correct question to ask.
The cruelty of the act. It is what the génocidaires intended as their work. So genocide is defined from the perspective of the génocidaire. And then it lists as especially, but not limited to, acts such as killing members of the group, creating unlivable conditions for members of the group, transferring children of the group to the other group. But this enumeration is not exhaustive. What is exhaustive is the list of groups whose extermination constitutes genocide: national, ethnic, racial, or religious. The original Lemkin definition included also social and political. But this was vetoed by the Soviet Union, assisted bizarrely by Saudi Arabia. The Soviets, of course, had a vested interest in not having the extermination of social and political groups labeled genocide.
I wonder why. I wonder why the Soviet Union, of all places, would be against that. Oof, that's tough. That's a hard one.
Called the Holodomor, the Great Famine. And obviously, Soviet opposition would have emasculated the convention, even if a majority of UN members would have passed it. So Lemkin's definition was cut, which meant that to this very day there is a legitimate debate about whether the Holodomor actually was or was not a genocide. I tend to believe it was, and I can justify the opinion, but I understand that there are legitimate arguments to the contrary. Even more dramatically, the genocide, the murder of 2.4 million Cambodians by the Cambodian Khmer Rouge regime would not have been labeled genocide because they were murdered as members of political or social groups.
There we go. The limits of the definition. You're misunderstanding the nature of genocide, Greta Rain. This is where you're mistaken. X ethnic group hating the guts of Y group and just murdering the neighboring city, state, or whatever, that's not genocide. That is not genocide. Okay? I said it in the conversation with food shops. The Nazis persecuted, the Nazis put on court people who murdered Jewish people just because they hated their guts. People who just murdered Jewish people for hating their guts were put on trial by the Nazis. So it's not just about one group hating the guts of Y group. You know? Because if you just hate their guts, then you will not invest in a systemic like this elimination of a whole group. If you just hate them, you just, oh, I hate you, I kill you until I have enough. Some will survive, whatever, and that's it. That's not how genocide is, which was also explained here.
If not for the fact that the Khmer Rouge also murdered Cambodian Muslims for being Muslim. The number of victims was about 40,000. But this enabled to levy the accusation of genocide against the Khmer Rouge in a series of rather unsatisfactory trials, but that's another story.
No. Hating someone's guts is not the same as thinking you create a better world by killing the group. No. Because by that logic, every sacking of a city was a genocide. Because it was mass murder. No. No. Not really. No.
This is the only legal definition of genocide that exists in international law. In historical literature, we've got over 50 definitions. And
I also would say that all the time.
Some of them probably better. I'm not terribly happy with intent being the decisive factor because it lets so many criminals off the hook if you can prove that this is what they really wanted, right? Ultimately, in Bosnia, Karadzic and Mladic got sentenced for genocide only for Srebrenica, because there the intent was clear for all to see. Incidentally, there was this very interesting exchange during one of the Srebrenica trials. The first person to stand trial for Srebrenica was a Serb general, Stanisław Kristić, who was the chief of logistics of the Bosnian Serb army. And he was absolutely outraged at the accusation, and he said that this is all falsehoods, and no, there was no massacre, it didn't happen. And then in his defense statement, he said, well, okay, let's make a mental experiment. Let's assume that the prosecution has it right and that we did all those horrible things that the prosecution accuses us of. The prosecution says almost 8,000 victims. 8,000. How's that genocide? To which Theodore Moran, who was then the presiding judge, answered, and just how many would have satisfied you, General? And Christie dropped that line of defense. The real problem with genocide outside of the courtroom is that it has become a synonym for ultimate evil and ultimate suffering. Which means that if somebody's suffering is not recognized as genocide, it's, well, less. And this is why there is such a universal drive by victims to have their victimhood described as genocide, because this seems to ensure that at least we'll get recognition. Frankly, even that isn't guaranteed. Ask the Tutsi. Or the Armenians who can't get Turkey to recognize that what happened to them was a genocide. But if this technique of forcing people to acknowledge that what happened to you is a genocide will be successful, then it will fail to meet its goal. Genocide will inflate and will go the way that war crimes went, crimes against humanity went, yada, 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 crimes against humanity. Everybody does that, who cares? And if genocide is not severely constrained to a legal definition, genocide will go that way as well. Maybe somebody will come up with a bright new idea how to name the most horrible things that we do to ourselves, but it won't be genocide anymore, which is why, for all the weaknesses of Lemkin's definition, I abide by it. I use it as the criterion in my book.
I'll go to the toilet real quick, okay? One moment, okay? My pleasure. One moment, I'll be right back.
if something doesn't qualify under the Lemkin definition, in my book, it is not genocide. Although again, I recognize that somebody can use another definition and produce a different perspective.
Mhm. Maybe one last question before opening up, and that's
Nutella.
about your cases. I think you have 18 or 19 in the book, and
Actually, never counted.
yeah, well, but many in right.
Gosh, Kostek is fat. Oh my gosh, what a fat boy. Chubby boy. I'm just gonna say that and leave it at that. Chubby boy.
Quite a few, and precisely on the point of trivialization. Once we see this ever, always, again and again and again, the opposite of never again, right? Again and again happening, and you test them, right? So in the book, you not only describe the proper names of each genocide, the context, the circumstances. You're very specific, particular. You test against the concept. So. And yet that's already quite a few cases, right? Whether that in itself is not trivializing to see that plethora of, or that immensity of crime being constantly committed. But I also wanted to ask you, how did you choose these cases? What, for instance, looking at the geography of them, the Americas are entirely missing, right? Were they blessed with no genocidal cases, or how was your selection?
Well, I used the Lemkin definition as the criterion, and there is an open debate about whether what happened to Native Americans when the Europeans came was or was not genocide. And while it's pretty evident that we did have acts of genocide, in the sense that this term was used for the first time to describe what happened in Srebrenica, that is, a temporarily and geographically limited, particularly heinous act, as part of a bigger campaign. Footnote here, because it's important. The reason why the court didn't decide that the Bosnian Serbs were simply guilty of genocide of the Bosnian Muslims is that it didn't seem that their objective was to exterminate the Bosnian Muslims in part or in whole. The objective of the mass killings was to terrify people so that they will flee and leave us the land, which it was all about. Now, if they cross the border and they go on living in Croatia, who cares? That's the Croats' problem, not mine. So this is what is called ethnic cleansing, right? And frankly, I have no doubt that if I would have to choose between being ethnically cleansed and finally solved, I'll take ethnic cleansing any day. It doesn't seem that the objective...
That was pretty bluntly put, the difference between an ethnic cleansing and genocide, which also we touched upon in the debate.
The Europeans in America was to exterminate Native Americans. In Southern America, they needed them for slave labor. In Northern America, very often the American government was perfectly satisfied in, well, ethnically cleansing them, pushing them away, throwing them out of their lands, let them go and starve somewhere out of eyesight. But there is no evidence of a concerted campaign to exterminate in whole or in part. Most of them died of diseases that the Europeans brought and that they had no immunity against. So here, using the Lemkin definition, I think I'm on pretty solid ground.
In a way,
There
but
is
not
a-
exactly. Not
A
really.
case they simply have not enough knowledge about, and it doesn't seem that anybody has. It's the Cherkessians in the Caucasus, victims of the Russian offensive that took the Caucasus and established the common border between Russia, Turkey, and Persia, the Circassians were particularly resistant to being dominated by the Russians, so they got exterminated. The Russians pioneered this technique that the Turks would later use on the Armenians, which was loading captured Circassians on barges, taking the barges to sea and sinking them there. My gut feeling is that this probably was a genocide. But even the primary sources have not been sufficiently studied. And I'm vaguely toyed with the idea of trying to do research in Russian archives, but frankly, reading Cyrillic handwritten script from before the reform of orthography and trying to understand what was, no, somebody else needs to do that work. But my suspicion is that yes,
Lazy.
this, in all probability, could have
That
been
is a lot of words to say lazy. I'm lazy, okay?
genocide. So this is why America is not there. Tasmania probably should. And Tasmania is relatively well described. And that particular extermination was entirely successful. Nobody survived. So maybe in the next edition there will be a chapter on Tasmania. Hopefully on the Circassians, if somebody does the groundwork so that I can use their research. The one thing that somehow I never found convincing was this mantra of never again that you mentioned. David Reeve, the American journalist, Susan Sontag's son, who worked in Bosnia, and I met him there. In his book about Bosnia, Slaughterhouse, has this extraordinary sentence that goes like this. After Sarajevo, after Srebrenica, we know what never again means. It means that never again shall Germans kill Jews in World War II. That's all it means.
That is quite the sarcasm.
Okay, I have more questions, but maybe it's time for our audience to chime in and press you on some of these. Mhm. Do we have questions? Yes. Mhm. Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much for an impressive talk. I'm a bit concerned about the subtle shift in terminology in your talk. You made very clear that the definition of genocide focuses on intent. And in the later part of your talk, when you were discussing whether or not certain events were genocidal or not, you suddenly shifted from intent to objective. In particular, in the case of the possible question of extermination of the Bosnian Muslims, you said it was obviously not the objective because they let them flee. If they wouldn't pursue them. That's their problem then. So did you think from the objective visible in the action to be on equal footing with intent is maybe a trick?
Actually, that's a brilliant question because this clearly is a weakness in my reasoning, but trying to do it.
Imagine a debate online, if you will, when a big debater's first sentence would be, "This is clearly a weakness in my reasoning." You will never hear that in an online debate. You will never hear a person respond with, "That is clearly a weakness in my reasoning," within the first sentence. So enjoy this while you can. Enjoy this culture shock, if you will, because you're not gonna get a lot of it online.
fast repair job, I would say this, that there are two ways of assessing intent. It's by studying declarations and studying actions, right? Now, if somebody is in court and says, no, we didn't have any intent to exterminate them, I would say that the credibility of that statement is open to doubt. If
Yes.
actions clearly indicate the opposite. But if actions...
This is really interesting because what he just said actually touched upon the whole very weird thing we had with food shops when she said, well, yeah, the Russians are transferring one group of children to the other. But do they really mean it? You know?
actions
And they say they want to get rid of the Ukrainian nation, but do they really mean it? You know?
clearly indicate that opportunities for extermination were there and were not seized, even if we have the bloodiest declarations. I would say that this might constitute exonerating circumstance. And this applies, for instance, to the current war in Ukraine. There is a huge debate raging.
Oh, there we go. Now he's gonna disagree with me and agree with food shops. Because I know he doesn't exactly agree that Ukraine is a genocide. Spoiler alert. Because he had a little bit of a clashing with the expert that said that it was.
About whether or not what Russia does in Ukraine is genocide.
1 year ago.
And my take on that would be mercifully not yet.
Mercifully. I'm not sure where the whole children thing became a big topic though. Because the children thing is just...
Have some blood-curdling declarations from Russian leadership. Frankly, I'm more or less willing to provide examples of similar horrible speech from any conflict and from both sides of the conflict. But the fact remains that Russia had ample opportunity to murder many more Ukrainians than it did. The Russian murders certainly constitute war crimes and crimes against humanity. But they do not seem to have as their intent, through observable action, the extermination whole or in part. Although we are only here at the beginning of our understanding of what's happening. As new information comes up, we might change our opinion.
This is from 1 year ago. Just saying this is from 1 year ago.
In one direction or the other. But as of now, I find the accusation of genocide leveled against Russia unfounded.
I think that the transferring of children is... I think that's pretty much a slam dunk. I think that's a very strong argument for it being a genocide.
Can I just add a little comment to the participants online? There's one participant raised her hand, flags her hand.
I'm gonna have to organize a debate with him online about whether or not the war in Ukraine is a genocide or not. Would you watch it? Would you watch me debate this person on this topic? I could try to organize it. I do know him. An epic blood sports debate. Would you watch it?
This is actually not possible for us to cut you in here. You need to type your question in the Q&A section. I hope that message has been received.
Susan.
Thank you,
We should try to get him on the show.
Costa, because you can imagine
Once
I,
again, it's an excellent question. I have to think more about that.
I have a whole bunch of questions. I'll try to restrict them to two, okay?
I actually wanted to get him on just for an interview for a long time. I might try again to get him on. The only problem is that he knows me under my dead name, and as a cis man, he doesn't know me as Lucy Hazet, the trans girl. He knows me as the cis man, dead name, child of my mom. That's the problem of the whole endeavor. Oh.
I liked the way that you answered the comparison question very much. I thought you hit all the right bases. One thing that really puzzles me in the discussion, which has been raging in Germany for at least the past year and a half.
I have no idea if he's supportive or not. I have no idea what his stance on trans people is. He doesn't know. He doesn't know me as Lucy. A lot of people don't. But I don't know what his stance on trans people is. That's the thing. I have no idea. And I don't know how to check. I have no idea how to check that.
Is the slippage between moral and historical claims.
If he was accepting that I just get him on without like, let's go, I mean, he's a pretty busy guy, but.
And it strikes me as, the entire weight and fury of the debate comes from a moral, has a moral impetus. I mean, just as you said, you were worried that if somebody talks about crimes against humanity rather than genocide, that, people say no big deal. I'm not so sure about that. But, because if you remember, of course, crimes against humanity before Lemkin's definition was generally adopted was sure, I'm not sure about that. But let's say there's this moral impetus, which as soon as one tries to call it out, people in the debate here keep saying, no, I'm talking about historical particularities, which I thought you, named perfectly about the ways in which one can do that. So I wonder, first of all, if you could comment on the fact that this slide between the moral, metaphysical, and the historical keeps happening in ways that I find pernicious, actually. And tie that in with the fact that, as you said, victims of genocides rarely resist comparison. And I think there are two reasons for that, at least in victims of the Shoah who I have met. It's not only that one would rather feel that there's some other people, one feels less alone in the world if it happened to other people, but there's actually a moral impetus to compare and to attack.
I mean, if that was the case, I might very well do it in person with him.
Certain, or criticize or attack or deny certain kinds of crimes, not simply because they happened to me, but because they happened at all to humanity. And then, of course...
Okay, yeah, no, I actually do know what is... No, wait, hold the phone. I do know what Wait, hold. Back up. I do know what his attitude towards trans people is. He's accepting. No, wait, hold on. Oh my gosh, I actually forgot. Brain worms. We actually have a trans person in the meetings that I attended. That's basically close to his age. And everybody at the meeting refers to her as she, her, and with her preferred name. Right. I totally forgot that there is actually a trans woman on this on these meetings. God damn. That's that is an interesting thing to forget, but I forgot that there's a trans woman on these meetings. Alright then. Might as well just come out to him or something.
The question is, why is it that the perpetrators, and here I'm thinking primarily of the Germans because they're the ones I know the best, why are they so insistent on not comparing? Do you understand the psychology?
I'm almost reluctant to answer your question
Oh boy.
because it necessitates a certain degree of attributing to others motivations that they might not recognize in themselves. And I think that this kind of rhetorical device simply cannot be used without hard evidence.
Wow, another thing you will never see in online debates, by the way. Just saying. Another thing you will never see.
And we will not produce it in this room tonight. If I were to answer this, I would have to study the debate and not come up with evidence. But without it, this is all, well, it risks being treated as insinuation. And yeah, well, legitimately so, and prove your case, right? But with this caveat, with stressing that I do realize that I cannot produce chapter and verse, although I'm pretty sure chapter and verse do exist. The reason why we confuse the moral and the historical, or to be more precise, we make statements on the basis of our moral judgments, and when this is pointed out, we use history as a crutch and say, no. I think this, we're still outraged. There is something about genocide that strikes us viscerally in the etymological sense of that word, okay? And there is a need to express this visceral outrage in ways that cannot be challenged. I quote in my book an extraordinary conversation that took place in Washington in 1942. An emissary of the Polish underground, Jan Karski, had been smuggled out of occupied Poland to brief Allied leaders on what is happening. He briefed Churchill, he briefed Roosevelt. None of them was terribly impressed, or according to Karski, whom I had the honor of meeting, even very much interested. And Karski had done his homework. He actually had himself smuggled in a sub-camp of a death camp into the Warsaw Ghetto. He was not Jewish himself. He witnessed it all, and he told Allied leaders, and they were not impressed, but Roosevelt said you should talk to Felix Frankfurter, who was a Supreme Court judge and one of the leaders of the American Zionist movement. And the meeting was arranged in the Polish embassy, and Karski delivered the report to Frankfurter. And Frankfurter, after hearing him out,
By the way, have you noticed that I have a new layout? The new layout is thanks to fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm just gonna give quick credit to fake Alec Kyle Parker for the new layout of the whole screen.
said, "Young man, I cannot believe you." At which Karski stiffens and says, "Your Honor, I'm an officer in the Polish army." And Frankfurter says, "No, you misunderstood me. I am not saying that you are lying. I'm saying I cannot believe you. These are two different things." And on the one hand, I think it's extraordinary that there are no more Frankfurters. That is, that we accept as reality the information that, yeah, human beings can build factory for the industrial extermination of other human beings. Yeah, we know that, right? But at the same time, this refusal to accept that persists. And I see in the passion of stressing the extraordinary, unique, incomparable nature of the Shoah a reflection of this cognitive shock. And when we're challenged that we are imposing our view of morality and history, then of course we do what everybody does when thus challenged. We say, no, we're describing history. And here we quote chapter and verse just how different the Shoah was from all other human suffering, as if this was enough. But, okay, so this is a very complicated way of saying that there is something that I very strongly empathize with. It is the will to maintain the belief that perpetrating genocide is a human action that is unaccountable, right? That it must happen to some monsters, it cannot happen to us. And the motivation behind this is noble. It's simply wrong, factually wrong. I wish it were true. Just a quote. I had a couple of years back a conversation with Polish Catholic Cardinal Francis Macharski, who was well known for never donning cardinal's clothes. I mean, cardinals go around those sumptuous robes of religion. He always walked in a black priest's cassock and never explained why, and you don't ask cardinals questions, right? And I had this conversation in which he told me that when he was a young priest in the Diocese of Krakow during the war, he was sent by Cardinal Sapiecha, who was then the primate of the Catholic Church, to investigate reports that horrible things are happening in the small town of Oświęcim, otherwise known as Auschwitz. And Macharski went there and actually witnessed a lot of that, because it was happening in the open. There was a fence, but you could look through the fence. And returned and reported to Cardinal Sapiecha. And Macharski said, and the cardinal looked at me and said, "You're lying, Francis, you're lying." And Macharski answered, "I wish I was, Your Holiness, I wish I was." And this I can very strongly empathize with. I mean, I wish there wouldn't be the material for writing this book, right? I wish that the génocidaires I met would not have been regular people, and some of them nice. I enjoyed having conversations with them, right? And I understand the outrage. It simply is totally misleading. and it prevents us from addressing the real danger. And the real danger is not monsters, it's us, if there is a difference.
Okay, maybe we can just take one more question from...
I've got 6 questions
Oh,
here.
6 questions.
But first of all, I have to apologize to Mohamed Said because he raised a question that I believe was already answered, and that was your take on whether the current action of the Russians in the Ukraine were, but I guess we have that covered. Then there are 2 small factual questions by an anonymous attendee. When it comes to statement of intent for an event to be considered genocide, does it need to be expressed only by leaders? Or does the intent to kill and exterminate a group need to reach down to all levels? Or is it only dependent on the higher up leaders?
Could we maybe
Take a
hear
few-
all,
yeah,
all of the
okay.
questions and then...
Another question, anonymously put. What would you consider to be the first genocide within history? Often I understand it to be the Armenian genocide, but is there an event that predates the Armenian genocide?
We're gonna hear possibly about the pre-Armenian genocide.
Why don't I address the 2, because
Okay.
then I'll forget what...
Yeah.
The first question about whose declaration of intent are we talking about cannot be answered. Because the court, and remember, this is a legal question we're addressing, the way I framed it. I mean, there are historical definitions that simply do not take cognizance of the fact that there is a legal definition. But if we're working on the basis of legal definition, then we look at the way courts work, right? And the courts are casuistic by definition. They do case work. So it's not that we have a general theory of declarations of intent. We have different declarations of intent made in different circumstances by different people, which are then used or dismissed in cases of genocide or alleged genocide. But the rule of thumb principle would be the higher up the source, the more relevant it is. If the president of the Republika Srpska in Bosnia, Professor Biljana Plavšić, a biologist by profession, says that Muslims are simply biologically different from everybody else, this carries much more weight than if it is said by a local killer somewhere on the ground, even if Plavšić never killed anyone, right? But there is no good answer to that question. And in terms of first genocide, I mentioned the Circassians, which probably were the victims of the first genocide. But in my book, it opens with present-day Namibia, the Herero and the Nama. And
Herero and the Nama, yeah.
this extraordinary statement by General Lothar von Trotha, I have reached the determination that those people need to cease to exist. It's, there's nothing emotional about it, okay? It is a determination. He calmly assesses the facts and decides that the continued existence of those people is wrong and therefore should cease. Incidentally, history loves those little tropes. The son of the civilian governor of Namibia volunteered for the army fighting the Herero and the Nama, was discovered to be only 15 and was turned down, was horribly disappointed. And so young Hermann Göring had to wait for World War I to really start killing people, right?
Oh my God.
But on the other hand, the first director of the Gulag, and the Russian abbreviation simply means the general administration of the camps. It's as routine and as bureaucratic as can be. Was a gentleman by the name of Karlis Eichmanis.
One moment. I apologize. Hello? Hello? Yes, I am streaming right now. I had a debate. Video in sound room? What do you mean? Oh, here? Like here? One moment. I have to deactivate here. And then... Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay.
And probably mute and
Oh yeah. Okay. I forgot. Okay.
Now, I was unable to find any family connection. Yeah? Okay, Eichmanis is the either Lithuanized or Latvianized version of Eichmann, right?
Eichmann.
The east suffix. I was unable to find any family connection, but Eichmann isn't that common a name, right? And I don't know if that means anything, but when you dig into the details of history, this is the thing. These are those things that prevent you from sleeping at night.
I can find out the answer to that.
Thank you. I
Could
very
we
much
maybe-
appreciate it.
Oh, sorry, but could we maybe, for equity's sake, take now some questions from the room and then come back to the, yeah, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Hi. So, you're describing two modes. The one mode is comprehension, and the other mode is condemnation. The one mode is understanding, the other is outrage. Now, if we just have the former, then that will leave us perhaps wise, but maybe also resigned. Something like, it'll happen. It happened in the past, it'll happen again. These people are not so much different from me, right? Why not? If we just had the other, we'd be maybe morally righteous, but also blind to what to do about this, you know. All we'd hear are our own, you know, fist shaking against the heavens, you know, that this is happening and all. So what's the prospect, you know? I mean, it seems like what you're trying to ask us to do is to keep both, right? At the same time. And what do you see as the best case scenario of thinking them together, keeping them together, going forward?
Okay, let me start by an example. In Rwanda, and this entire story of the Rwandan genocide, there are some genuine heroes. Okay, digression within digression, but I can't really resist not telling you the story. There was a Hutu witch, a witch doctor, okay? She cast spells, she exorcised demons, whatever, an old woman. She passed away eventually 2016, if I'm not mistaken. And there was a bunch of terrified Hutus hiding in her hut. And the Interahaume, the killings groups, the Einsatzgruppen of this particular genocide, came to her hut and told her to step aside and they'll deal with the Tutsis inside. And she answered, look, I'm just an old woman. I cannot fight you. But remember, if even one hair falls from their heads, your eyes will rot from the inside. Your balls will dry up and drop. And the Interahamwe run away screaming, okay? I never met her. I was only told stories about her. And I mean, I can't imagine how much admiration is enough, right? And another hero in my eyes was the Canadian general, Romuald Dallaire, who was the commander of the UN forces that did nothing because they were prevented from New York from doing anything. But within the nothing, he still had some scope of action. He saved lives and he also documented the story. He wrote an extraordinary memoir called Shake Hands with the Devil. I very strongly recommend it to you, although it's not easy reading. And there is a little detail in that memoir. He wrote that
Yes, that was supposed to be a curse.
in February '94, they started getting reports that the Rwandan Ministry of Education was sending out a circular to teachers to produce lists of Tutsi, Hutu, and Twa children. And it seemed bizarre to us as Dallaire, but so many bizarre things were happening, we didn't pay much attention. The genocide started 2 months later. Now, what nobody knew at that time was that this circular was demanding of teachers to produce kill lists. Some people look Tutsi. They will be taller and slender-limbed and slightly more clear-skinned and whatever. Some people look Hutu. They will be less tall, very black, with flat noses, whatever. But most Rwandans look Rwandan. In most cases, you can't tell Tutsi and Hutu apart by their physical appearance. And they're not ethnic groups either. They're more social groups or castes, if you wish. The Belgians had introduced ID cards that put the ethnic identification, because the Belgians considered the groups ethnic, mistake. So your ID card said Tutsi, Hutu, or Twa, but you had to be 18 to have an ID card. Kids didn't. So in order to know which kids to kill, the Interahamwe had to have those kill lists that the teachers prepared. And I'm thinking of myself as a Rwandan teacher. I get this idiotic circular from the Ministry of Education. I mean, it's bloody nonsense. But okay, first idiotic circular I get from the ministry, come on. And actually, maybe there's even a legitimate purpose. I mean, well, maybe they want to compare scholastic achievements between groups so that they can correct something. Anyway, it's their problem, not mine. So I produced this list. As most Rwandan teachers did. And I pin all of my hopes on the Rwandan teacher who says, no bloody way I'm not giving them any list until they explain themselves to me and convince me that this is legitimate and right and there's no danger and that I'm not doing anything unless I have full guarantees. We all know such people. We've all met such people. They're impossible to work with. When they eventually get expelled from their institutions, everybody has a sigh of relief. No, I mean it. They are literally impossible to work with. And they are the people who, in the extreme moments of history, are our only hope. Because I had the honor of knowing Polish righteous Gentiles, spent a lot of time with them. And being a psychologist by training, I tried to produce kind of psychological model, right, of well, what made them do what they did. Didn't work. No socioeconomical model either. I mean, from princes of blood to lowlifes and thieves, okay? From bigoted Catholics to completely blindsided communists and everything in between. They just had one psychological trait that set them apart from everybody else. They were unable to be convinced, even by themselves, that it's none of their business. They basically treated the world as if it was their business. They run into something they could not accept. They would scream, or if screaming was ineffective or dangerous, do something else to subvert what they saw as evil. And no, they would not take anybody's advice. And yes, sometimes they did incredibly stupid things and wrong things, precisely because they wouldn't take anybody's advice, not even their own. I once was drinking with an elderly gentleman who, as a kid, helped his mother save a Jewish family. And he said, look, okay, you're a decent person, you won't take it the wrong way, but I have to tell you, I didn't even like those Jews. Of course, that is not the point. It's not about liking. It's about not being willing to accept that it's none of my business. And if I see hope, I see it there. I think in terms of raising our children to be disobedient. Now, I know what I'm saying. Look, I raised 4 kids, and God knows they have plenty of incentive of being disobedient on their own without us helping them. And it is high hell, believe me. But I mean a slightly different kind of disobedience. The kind of disobedience that makes you listen, forgive my high words, to the voice of your conscience, even if everybody...
That is what Polish people do. We go on tangents and little stories, as you've probably noticed. That's the Polish way of the story tangent.
else is telling you something different. And they save the world. So raising our kids disobedient might be one way of slightly increasing this population, okay? It's not really about choosing more to understand or more to be outraged. People who actively helped did all the understanding they needed in practical terms. Okay, they were not terribly interested in the theory of what makes a genocide. They were very much interested in how to make them trip and fall on their faces. Important. And they were very willing to be outraged after. Okay, now I'm busy. Once you save the world, then you can also be outraged by the evil you saved it from. But first, there's a world that needs saving. Okay, sorry, I'm off on a tangent, but...
It's the Polish way. I'm telling you, tangents are the Polish way. If you're Polish, you're gonna go on a tangent. It's unavoidable. That's why... Hello, Shakespeare. That's why Vosh does it. Hello.
another question, this time from Marion Detjen. Thank you very much for this very instructive and interesting talk. I hope the book will be translated soon. I think this is a feeling we share in this
It's
room.
not been
My
translated
question
yet.
would be,
It's
she
been a year.
continues, you said that the decision of what should be classified as genocide should be severely constrained to a legal definition and maybe negotiated among historians and political scientists, etc. But how do you feel about resolutions by parliaments to classify genocides, like yesterday, the resolution of the German parliament on the Holodomor? Do such political efforts compromise the legal and historical debates?
Oh boy.
I'm very unhappy answering this question, okay? I don't think it's the business of parliaments to legislate history. Regardless of what they're doing, right? The Polish parliament 3 years ago passed a law saying that it's a crime, punishable with 3 years in jail, to allege that the Polish nation had anything to do with Nazi crimes of the German Third Reich. I actually wrote an op-ed in which I said that, well, the Polish nation did have something to do with some of those crimes. And that I realized that this is, what I just wrote violates the law that was just passed, and I'm drawing the attention of the prosecution to the fact.
Uh-oh.
And then nothing happens. I started calling prosecutors I know and saying, oh, guys, I broke the law. And I got a number of anatomically rather improbable suggestions about where I can put this law breaking. But obviously nobody was interested in prosecuting me. The law was not about prosecuting individuals. It was about telling people out of the spotlight what they should not do if they know what's good for them.
Oh boy.
Like you're a provincial high school history teacher, there's so much more that you can teach your kids about than those unfortunate events in the summer of '43, right? And if you want to be promoted school principal one day, definitely. The state is telling you very clearly what would not be a good career move.
Oh boy.
So,
Oh boy.
regardless of whether the parliament legislation is outrageous, as in the case of this Polish legislation I mentioned, or actually historically correct, as in the case of the resolution of the German parliament, a parliamentary resolution does not change history. It doesn't even validate or invalidate history.
Can I push you on this?
Just one sentence to that, sorry. I'm pretty sure.
Can I push you on this? Is the most online debate thing ever. I'm gonna push you on this.
I would not be this relaxed if I were Armenian. I have the privilege of having my genocide recognized, right? So I fully understand the enthusiasm and the sense of, well, vindication that descendants of Armenian victims must feel after the vote of the German
Oh,
parliament.
damn.
And I still don't believe that it's the job of parliaments to legislate history.
I've not done any material on it yet. I might.
One pushback from your Ukraine chapter, which you invited us twice to ask you about, so maybe now's the time. And I noticed that the sources, I mean, they're huge, there's so many sources, we talked about this. There are many historical sources on this, including by some brilliant Polish scholars or American Polish. But a big source you're citing is the investigation of the Ukrainian famine, report to Congress, interim report of meetings and hearings of and before the Commission on the Ukrainian famine, right? So you recognize this source as somehow very congenial for what you want to do with this chapter, but also as an important document, right? And that, okay, maybe that's not a parliament resolution, but it's a parliament hearings. So maybe here either...
You're liking this stream?
distinction or some kind of, yes.
A hearing is okay because somebody else is doing the talking. The victims are doing the talking. The parliamentarians are doing the listening, or hopefully are doing the listening.
Hopefully.
But a resolution is different. In a resolution, the parliamentarians are doing the talking, and they're telling the world how history should be understood.
But what were
Include me out.
But what were the purposes of these meetings?
This was one of the first cases in which the Holodomor was being discussed as the Holodomor in an international body. I would have much preferred this international body. I mean, the US Congress is not an international body, but an internationally recognized body. I would have much preferred this international body to be the International Court of Justice. But that wasn't about to happen, so this was second best. But yes, touché. I mean, if I were to maintain the kind of sterile purity
Yeah.
between the world of politics and the world of history, I would not have quoted that. But I'm not that ambitious. I use whatever works, and this collection of documents is not only extremely important per se, because you have direct witnesses of the Holodomor who then manage one way or the other to find their way to the US and testify to what they had seen, not what they have heard, not what they found in archives, what they had seen. And I don't consider eyewitness testimony the absolute truth. And in Polish, there's even a saying, he lies like an eyewitness. But I very much respect eyewitnesses, okay? So I'm very glad that this collection of testimonies was there, and that it was given sanctioned by the fact that it was delivered to the US Congress. But the US Congress passed a number of resolutions regarding the Holodomor, which I explicitly do not cite or even mention.
All right, let's shake hands on this.
Are there any other?
Round for our last chance for last questions. If not, I have one ready.
Any more on the net? No? Okay.
Mhm.
Huh?
We'll have a chance, we'll have a short reception
Mhm.
downstairs, so we'll have a chance.
Okay.
Unless there's somebody online who won't join us. Okay. We'll have a
Could I
chance.
ask one last one? The Enlightenment. We have to bring back the Enlightenment,
Oh, please,
right?
no.
No, but maybe just in this way, right? So you say we need to do the task of understanding, and you qualify that later, right? What this understanding is about. But there is a question here: why this modern thing? You're saying this is a new word for a new thing, right? Some new thing appeared. And you connect that to modernity in some kind of way, right? There's a way in which modernity is here. But one thing that keeps coming up in your narrative is statehood, right?
I keep wearing the same turtleneck, but it's okay. Or maybe I have 10 turtlenecks. No Freemasonry. You should donate so I can get more clothing, actually. If you want me to wear more, what do you call, varied clothing, then you should donate a lot of money.
The states are involved. States are organizing. States are demanding lists from teachers. States are, or stately figures, representatives are making declarations of intent or something like that. And I just wanted to, maybe one last word in your view, why this new thing is appearing. What is it about?
Can I interrupt for a minute? We had an entire 2-hour session yesterday on the Enlightenment, and as somebody who's a scholar of the Enlightenment, I know that giving Kostik a chance to really answer that question would take us at least until midnight. So that for the sake of those people who are working downstairs and so on who need to go home, I would
It's always
suggest
been
that
iconic
we
because I
perhaps
always drew
table
myself
that
in a
to the
turtleneck.
conference that we will do in 2024 on the Enlightenment or something else.
Fair enough, that's a
Just
big one.
Giant question.
What will you buy? Well, more turtlenecks, first of all. And second of all, I would buy, I don't know, cute things. More turtlenecks and cute things.
To be continued. Thank you.
So this is over. This video is over.
It's just that we have a little reception downstairs, and then we go to.
Unfortunately, it's one of the only videos in English of Constante Gebert, known as Kostek, speaking. Unfortunately, it's one of the only. So now there is also another video that I have that I want us to watch. There's a different video. It's been sent to me by Karasu. Why are the Romani victims of the Holocaust forgotten? This video is shorter, but we might have to pause it in the middle while watching it. We're doing an intense learning stream about genocide today. The topic has been... That's me. Gobunist. It feels like people keep asking, that's me. I'm the cute girl. Am I not cute? Am I not cute enough for you, Gobunist? Am I not cute enough for you, Gobunist? Are you saying I'm not cute enough for you? Okay. It's 9 minutes, so we might be able to... Same person as last stream. Oh, okay.
Romani people, Roma, Sintian Roma, Gypsies. If you ever heard any of these names associated with the Holocaust, more specifically the victims of the Holocaust, it's probably only ever been a passing mention. Something quick, forgettable, a footnote in history. You're never told what happened to the Romani people. How did it happen? Why did it happen? Or even, who are the Romani people? And that's if we're lucky. A lot of the times we're not even mentioned by name. We're just others. And even if we are mentioned by name, we're mentioned by racial slurs like gypsies or Zigeuner. Even though Roma were targeted in very similar ways to the Jewish people,
That's true.
that being on a racial basis. The Nazis targeted, persecuted, and executed many different groups. But of those groups, only 2, Jewish and Romani people, were targeted under the final solution for protecting German racial purity. This was the extermination order by the Nazis for the complete extermination of the Jewish and the Romani populations in Europe.
Yeah.
This was their solution to the Jewish question and the Gypsy question on how to stop these quote-unquote inferior races from living on. This had catastrophic consequences for the Romani people across Europe. Upwards from 50% to 75% of the entire Romani population in Europe was decimated. And in places like Bohemia, that number reached up to 90%, with the Bohemian Romani dialect even going extinct.
Oh, not decimated, killed, because to decimate means to remove 1/10. So the person means killed, not decimated.
There are many different estimates for the amount of Romani people lost, with estimates ranging from 500,000 all the way to 1.5 million people. However, it's hard to know for sure for reasons we'll discuss later in this video. Now, with such catastrophic consequences for the Romani people in the world's most studied and well-known genocide, why is it that the Romani Holocaust is often described as silenced, overlooked, muted, and forgotten? Why does it seem that Roma are missing from the mainstream historical narrative, with the testimonies of Romani survivors being either denied or deflated? Now, it's no coincidence that Romani people are often regarded as the forgotten victims. In fact, many historians argue that this is actually purposeful. And what do I mean by purposeful? Is that there are a lot of man-made circumstances that led to this phenomenon, which I'll be exploring in this video. And don't worry, this video is based on reliable, available historical scholarship, not conspiracy theories. In fact, I'll be citing all of my sources in the video and in the caption below. So let's get into it. My name is Florian, and this is Romani History by a Romani person. Now first we're going to start before the Holocaust, because anti-Roma racism did not start with the Nazis and it most certainly did not end there. In fact, anti-Roma racism in Europe is almost a millennia long. I recommend you watch my previous videos to understand more about the roots of this racism and the stereotypes against Romani people, first coming into Europe as dark-skinned Indian migrants. Even before the Nazis, Romani people were widely hated throughout Europe. In fact, European scientists and historians were repeating the same eugenics arguments that Nazis were way before the Nazis even existed. Stuff like Romani people were introducing foreign blood into the pure European population, or that Romani people were innately criminal. Even before the Nazis took power, anti-Romani laws were commonplace, where Romani people were put into criminal registries just for being Romani, or even detained in rehabilitation camps because of our quote-unquote criminal character. Even other oppressed ethno-racial minority groups, like the Jewish people, didn't have such a fond view of us either. For example, according to Ari Yoskovic, an associate professor of Jewish studies at Vanderbilt University, many Yiddish children books were known to depict Romani people as criminals. Two old Yiddish proverbs that also display this prejudice are recorded by Dr. Ian Hancock. The first one is, "The same sun that whitens the linens darkens the gypsy." The second Yiddish proverb is, "No washing ever whitens the black gypsy." Of course, no group is homogeneous, and there were people who were against this racism. However, this is just for you to understand how commonplace and widespread anti-Roma racism was during that time. And that's why, during the Holocaust, Roma were anything but an afterthought. Now, according to Dr. Zoltan Barani, the calling for mass extermination and genocide of the Romani people was not a matter of controversy or debate. Simply put, that no person or group with a large amount of political clout raised their voice in defense of the Roma. Barani further explains that although the Jewish people received some support and assistance from some quote-unquote righteous Gentiles, the Romani people received no such assistance. There was no state or international organization that stood up for the Romani people during that time. This leads us to our second reason, that the killings of Romani people were less meticulously documented than the killings of Jewish people. The Romani people were deemed so marginal by the Nazis that their murder required no written authorization, and many Roma were murdered outside of German territory or on their way to the camps. Additionally, a lot of European censuses didn't even recognize Romani people as their own ethnic group. And even when they did, a lot of Romani people were nomadic and just didn't take it, or they would hide their ethnicity out of fear of racial persecution. Killings of Romani people were not meticulously documented by either the Nazis or Romani people themselves. However, just because we were seen as marginal does not mean that we were forgotten by the Nazis. In fact, it was quite the opposite. When Joseph Mengele became camp doctor at Auschwitz concentration camp, his first act was to send the Roma with typhoid to the gas chambers. And according to Barani, together with homosexuals, Roma formed the lowest class of prisoners in the camps. Like other Nazi victims, they were subject to brutality, malnutrition, medical experiments, and death. In fact, a huge amount of race biology and eugenics was created about the Romani people in order to justify this genocide. And even after the Holocaust ended, for many Roma, things didn't even get better, because even though the Nazis had been taken out of power, the same anti-Roma laws that existed before the Nazis were implemented again, and a lot of Roma had to go back into hiding. So Romani Holocaust survivors, instead of giving testimonies, went into hiding because they were terrified of these anti-Romani laws affecting them. They didn't want to go back to the camps. They didn't want to be put back in a criminal registry. In fact, during the Nuremberg trials, where the perpetrators of the Holocaust were being charged, not a single Romani person was called to testify. And of the survivors that did testify, only one person even made a passing mention of Romani people. During that trial, because of the lack of Romani testimony and the racism which was still very much prevalent in European society, Romani people were deemed to not be.
By the way, Florian butchers Zoltan Barani's name. Barani's n is one letter pronounced like n in new. Baran? Baran like the animal? Baran like the animal? Is it the animal name, Baran? Hungarian name. Interesting.
Victims of the Holocaust, because unlike the Jewish people, they were not targeted on a racial basis, which we now know is very much untrue. Instead, they went with their own racist explanation that the Romani people were targeted because they were asocials for their behavior and because they were quote-unquote criminals, again. And for that reason, the Romani Holocaust was not even recognized until the 1980s, and a lot of countries, including Germany, have continuously denied reparation to Romani Holocaust victims, as they've given to Jewish Holocaust victims. And unlike the Jewish victims, who are mostly well-educated and well-integrated into European society, the Romani people were mostly nomads and illiterate. So very few written Romani testimonies existed of the Holocaust. And even in our culture, Romani people, we did not trust non-Romani people to tell our stories to because of all of the terrible things that the non-Romani people did to us. Even in our culture, it became taboo to talk about these things. In modern times, the reason the Romani victims are so often overlooked is
I'm reading a whole huge document about this, about the memory of the Paraimos among the Roma people. It's it's basically a book. It's a huge document.
As noted by Dr. David Crow of the U.S. Holocaust Museum, a general failure among scholars to investigate the Romani history, culture, language, and people. Romani people are overlooked in everything, let alone Holocaust studies. The Romani people don't have a country advocating for us. We don't have our own museums. Heck, we barely even have any historians. That lack of scholarship, recognition, and voice is one of the major reasons why the Romani...
I think it's a very correct statement that Roma people are the most persecuted group in Europe, hands down.
Holocaust is still so overlooked to this day. And of course, racism, which has been a constant throughout this whole video and throughout the whole history of Romani people to this day, and unfortunately it will continue on. But here's what you can do to help. And great news, you've already taken the first step, which is educating yourself and the people around you. Be our voice when we don't have one. If you're a
literally, like, this is like a call to a streamer, educating yourself and the people around you, aka your audience. Yeah, stateless people.
Teacher or professor, make sure you're teaching your students about this. And even if you're just an everyday person, on days like today, Holocaust Memorial Day, make sure you include Romani people. And support the efforts of Romani people to build more recognition, such as the World Roma Federation on January 31st is having a mobile Roma Holocaust exhibit in New York City. There's also the organization Di Che Nabisted, which organizes yearly trips for Romani people to the Auschwitz concentration camp to educate more Romani youth on the Romani Holocaust. And share the accounts of Romani Holocaust survivors like Filomena Franz, Rukeli, Papusha, and so much more. I really hope you enjoyed this episode of Romani History by Romani Person. Please make sure
I've enjoyed this. This is a very new video. This is a video from 1 day ago.
to like, subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you don't miss any new episodes. And comment down below what other aspects of Romani history you'd like me to expand on in depth for another video. Devlesa!
This is really good, and this is really new. Oh, this is a lot of subscribers. I'm gonna subscribe to this person. It is really nice that this person has so many subscribers. 128,000. How many views? 2,856. But this is a very new video. I'm gonna link it, and I'm gonna link it everywhere in the chat. I don't actually know which country has the highest Roma population. I actually don't know. Alright. I guess now we can play a little bit of a game before I get called in. Oh, I just subscribed right now. I subscribe right now. Click the link and subscribe. You'll see. You'll see. You'll see when it happens. It's a surprise. It's a super surprise. Difficult boss. Oh, not yet. I'm sorry, Greater. I'm sorry. I have not yet. Munarang. Oh, hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. You missed the debate. You've missed the debate, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I debated Genocide. But you came just in time to watch the big event that is about to happen. So you missed me debating food shops, but you are here for the main event. Hello, Papyrus. I heard you need friends. I can be your friends, Papyrus. Hello, welcome to the stream, Papyrus. Aren't you supposed to not be in the human world or something? I didn't think there had internet in your world. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, am I being called in? I have to be on the lookout now. Prepare myself. Who's going in next? Oh, that's not my turn. I guess I'm gonna be last or something. Oh my god. Woo! 20 minutes. There is. With all health is health now, there is humanity. Oh, now. Nice. How do you like this stream? Made by a human. How do you like the human stream? Also, why do you call the game strange? What's wrong with this game? It has all the things that you like in it. Minutes. So how is everybody doing right now? How is everybody doing? What a day today, huh? What a day. Filled with anticipation. I can believe my luck. What happened? What happened? Why are you unlucky? I died. Oh, you should read. You should not procrastinate. You should read it right now. Please do it for me. Trust me. Don't procrastinate. Do it now. Trust me. Continue. I have university tomorrow. I have work tomorrow, which is preparing for stuff and doing a stream for you. Okay, we need to get more experience. Hola. I will read it tonight eventually. I have to because it's pertaining to my therapy appointment tomorrow. Read it. Don't procrastinate. Don't be me. I already procrastinate too much. You know? Don't be me. Don't make my mistakes. I need to go to the grocery store before it closes. You should go. We're gonna be talking with Demon Mama in a moment. So I don't know how many people are excited for that. The slugs, that's right. Oh. I missed this place before. I enjoy Demon Mama. Who doesn't? Are you Papyrus from the hit game Undertale? That's right, that's the same Papyrus. I have celebrities in the chat. I can barely believe it. I can't get over how pretty this game is. It is an amazing game. How do I get out of here? Oh. Never mind. That's exactly how I get out of here. You should play it, it's a good game. Kindergarten. True. I think it's. I don't think it lessens the effect at all. I think it makes the effect more powerful, in fact. You know? I think it powers up the effect. Because you have a choice. The world doesn't even have a name, it's just called Sarai's World. We're gonna level up. And then we're gonna fight the big boss. But hold on, how do I go? To the fresh monster's lair. Oh, that's why. That's how. Okay. That's right. The last dungeon in the game. This is it, the Flashmancer's lair. There is no gate. It seems he wants us to come in. Good. I've been thinking about the solstice shrines. Oh, yeah, okay. We're just gonna say the same crap. Very fleshy looking. Oh, you're doing your groceries. Wait till we get to the chatting with Demon Mama. What do you want me to chat about? There are a couple of possible topics, okay? We need experience. Ay. Sunball. I think it's good experience. Oh. It did hurt. It did. It hurts me all the time. It hurts me no stop. I wonder. done it. That's true. It is the best game. We could talk about the Politico debate recently. Oh, that's true. I should debate Politico. What a fleshy sound. It fits the Flashmancer's castle so well. Hello, Alora on office. Hello. I Open sesame. And by sesame I mean a big mouth. Sezam. Otwórz się, sezamie. Sezamie, otwórz się. Oh, hello, Kitteny. Wait, Kitteny, were you here for the debate? I think Kitteny might have missed the debate. You missed a debate, yeah. I debated food shop. Lazy sophisms? What do you mean? I never keep those in check, you know me. Oh, that's so nice. That happened to me a few times in life. What a cute eye. Oh my gosh. You're wrecking. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, it's cute. I like the item. Remember to donate, because I have ambitious goals, and in order to be able to fulfill them, I need huge amounts of monies. Data strip. How about the racket? And that's the one thing I seen her. Oh, wait till you watch my debate. Wait till you watch my debate. You know? You'd be like shocked. You're not ready? Oh, it opened. $8. Nice. You could donate $5 to me. $5. It's well, you get the joke. You get the meme. Storming the castle, are we? It's over. Step aside. I'll take that as a yes. It's time? Alright, I have to mute the game, prepare everything. Game muted. If it's time, then I'm gonna go to full screen. Get ready, Giggler. Okay, I'm unmuting myself totally.
Hey, Lucy. Mama's just wrapping up with Jack, and then we'll drop you in.
Okay, I'm getting full screen. Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna.
Yep. I will count you down from 5 when it's time to go in.
Okay.
But I'm just watching the stream, waiting to hear Mom say, like, yeah.
Okay.
Did Mom say something, Pan? I think I'm.
Hello.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
yet,
Okay.
not yet.
Who got who? Nuclear winter, huh?
Yep. If she can just say it, send to the next caller, that would be nice.
Send in
Yep.
clowns. Oh. Okay. So I'm gonna have to deactivate my camera, activate the Discord cam.
All right.
I'll just do it now.
What happened?
One sec, she's taking a drink.
You cannot see me.
Yeah, the
Okay. Ready?
All right. We're gonna drop you in 5, 4, 3,
Oh my
2,
goodness.
1.
Hello.
Hello, Lucy.
Hello. Yes, it is
How are you doing?
I shall
It is
turn myself on camera.
okay.
There you go. I am on. Whew. Now
I'm
that
gonna
I'm
put your name in here.
on, I'm going
Hello.
to. Hello.
I can see.
Yes, it's me. What do I? What do I do now?
I've been forgetting.
Been forgetting my name.
I've been forgetting to do everybody's pronouns. I've been so out of it today.
Oh,
But
what happened?
I don't know. Well, because so this is my own fault for doing hybrid protocols. Previously, I would always type up everybody's info up on the screen, and then we moved to the new system so that I could play video games, and we just use the guest text. But then now, out of because we're doing a weird hybrid stream today where we're having a couple of guests, and then we're like a
Oh,
couple of
wrong thing.
creator guests. So now I'm like doing halfway, and I keep messing up my own protocol.
Oh,
But see, we have it at see that the guest text on the chat is working fine.
nice.
Oh, real quick, an announcement before we get to talking. The sign up form will be opened up in 5 minutes. So if you want to sign up, go ahead and grab onto that sign up form. All right.
Yes.
Welcome, Lucy.
Hello.
Welcome.
Hello,
It is
hello.
wonderful to see you and hear from you. How are you doing
Yes.
today?
Pretty okay. I had a debate.
A debate?
Yes, I
With,
don't have
a
many.
debate with who?
With a streamer called Food Shops.
Food shops?
Yeah.
Food shops? Why the fuck you need to buy your food in a shop? If I had my way, there wouldn't be a single fucking food shop on this planet. There would just be food distribution centers.
I would like that, but right now I have to buy my food in shops. It's unfortunate,
Yeah,
but
well. So food shops 1 is what you're saying?
uh, well, it's more like, as always with me, the debate turned into a conversation.
Well, that's all. That's kind of a talent, though, right? To be able to diffuse.
Sort
You
of.
can use that
Well,
to
it's
great
not
power.
as much as I diffuse as it never gets fused to begin with.
Oh, boy, there's a lot of discourse going on in the chat immediately about this person.
I know.
Okay, so, all right, tell me. Okay, so
I
what
can
did you debate
imagine.
about? What did you debate
Genocide.
about? Oh, okay. So there was like a 50-50 with as far as which direction that could have gone as to what you were debating about, and both of them were bad, and it ended up being genocide.
What
Yeah, actually,
was one
in
of
fact,
the topics you thought genocide?
I assumed. I don't know much about food shops. In fact, I only know about 2 things about food shops, and both of them.
Well,
let's just
I think
say
I
they're
know
both,
what
yeah,
one of them is.
genocide, and there's another one. Yeah, there's
Yeah, I
another
know
one
the other
that's,
one. I am familiar, unfortunately.
Yeah. So, okay, so genocide, that's great. Everybody knows that genocide is the best topic to try and make money off of on the internet.
Yes, I mean,
yeah.
that is the thing that I'm reading about all the time now, non-stop.
Is genocide? Yeah.
Yes.
Well.
8 books.
Okay, but to be fair, when I say make money off it on the internet, I don't mean talking about it in like a scholarly and educational fashion and also, making a living doing that. I mean going, all right, everybody, we're coming down here to throw down about the genocide. How many people died? How many are dying? Should they be dying? Today on the debate show. That kind of thing.
Well, it wasn't that.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad. It didn't turn out that way. It has been in the past. I've seen it myself, but
I mean, it's another debate under my belt. I think it's my 3rd or something.
Wow. Well, I hope it went well.
It won with Loner Box as well.
Oh, you had one with Loner Box? Wait, already?
Yes.
I can't remember.
It's an old one. It was about it was about when the Holocaust started, when it became a genocide, and also a bit about the
Ooh, that's an old one. I remember that. Okay, I do remember this now. It's coming back to me.
But that one also turned into a conversation from debate.
Yeah, well, Hey, sometimes that's for the best.
Yes.
To be fair, I also had a debate that turned into a conversation.
Today?
And yeah, no, that was on Friday. When I went on Deep Fat Fried with TJ Kirk and Paul Zigo and
The AI.
and Scotty Kirk. Yeah, I had a good time. But it definitely we started debating about AI, and then we kind of calmed down and talked about other things
And
like
then you
Trump
talked
and
about
all that.
Bush. I did
Yeah, Bush and
a
Trump, but it wasn't super debatey. It was more like a conversation. It was it got a little debatey at times, but
I even did a short talking about Bush and Trump. Wait a minute. You want the short? Would you like to see the short?
yeah, sure.
Clip. No, it's a clip. It's a clip.
You gonna share your screen to us?
Oh, how do I do that? Wait, hold on. One
You-
second.
You might have to DM it to me, and we might have to watch
Yeah,
it
I'm
later.
gonna.
But...
I'm gonna. I'm
All
just
right, you
gonna.
can send it to me, and
Where
if you
is
DM
it?
it to me on Discord, then you can send it to me.
So many things here. What Herzl said about spreading Zionism. Great minds, Sundays, incorrect. Your viewers are troglodytes. I'm just
Oh.
reading out the names of the short, the clips. I'm
You
not
have some
making the names.
avid clippers, I have to say. I receive a good amount of Lucy clips on a pretty
Yeah.
regular basis, and there's some pretty damn good ones. You got a talent. You got a talent for the short form, I have to say.
Yes. Oh, there you
Yeah.
go. You can listen to it on the stream because it's mainly.
All right, we'll have to hit it up later because it'll be a little difficult for me to play now. But
Here it's here. Boom.
yeah. So what have you? So besides the debate, what have you been up to lately?
Well, I've been reading about genocide.
Well, that makes sense given the debate.
No, I'm preparing for Loner Box again.
Oh, you're gonna talk again?
Yes, about the Holodomor.
Oh, okay. So hit me with your. All right. Well, I don't want you to give away all your secrets, but you want to tell me your position?
Yes, it's a genocide.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly. I think that's a fairly. I don't know. I think that's a fairly reasonable position.
Well,
I've,
Loner
I've,
Box
I've heard a couple
is,
debates about it, but
Loner Box
yeah.
says that there's not enough evidence to, you know, intent is not sort of established, and my argument is that it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I've heard people go back and forth on it. It's never a topic that I've really jumped into because I haven't been super invested in arguing over it in the past, but I can absolutely see why you would. Well, you'll have to let me know when you're doing that debate.
Yeah, I'm reading a book.
I'll be honest. I haven't been watching very much
Of me?
well, no, I haven't been watching very much of any type of political content. I've been, in my off time, I've been avoiding a lot of political content. In fact, recently, I've mostly been watching internet comment etiquette and then Chariot's Titanic 4-part Dark Souls 2 guide. That's what's been taking up my free time lately, has been watching the Dark Souls 2 guide, learning how to be smart and enjoy Dark Souls 2, and then laughing at internet comment guy, who's very funny, by the way. If you've never watched, like, not that he needs any help, his channel is insanely popular.
I need
but if
help.
you've never seen internet comment etiquette, legendary.
I mean, I'm not sure if I'm into learning how to be smart. I'm not sure if that's my thing.
Yeah, you don't know if you want to. You're smart enough already.
No, I'm just being smart is not my thing.
I see. Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. I'm taking a look at your background, and I'm getting some mixed messages about that. I don't know. You got there's a lot of words in there.
Yes, I've inherited it. It's like a multi-generational library thing.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
My grandfather's from my mother's side, and I think there are books from her boyfriend that she's been with for 10 years, language books, because mom used to be with some guy that was learning 10 languages when she was in high school, and I mean he was learning them, and they were together for 10 years, and I asked, so why did it end? And she said, oh, he got boring.
Oh, damn. He needed 11 languages. That would have done it.
He got boring, so.
Damn. 10 languages learned and still he couldn't what's the what's the thing?
He couldn't keep
God
the
damn it, I
girl.
can't. Yeah, he couldn't keep it. He couldn't do it. Couldn't cut it.
So
Damn.
yes, I've been reading the book called Final Solutions, Genociders and Their Work. That's the one.
That's a
You can
hell of a title. Oh
you
my
can
god.
show it. It shows a person who is holding the remains of his family in his hands.
Oh, that is terribly depressing.
And it's written by a Polish Jewish author, a very famous war journalist. He spoke with the perpetrators of the Rwanda and the Bosnian genocide.
Oh my god. Wow. Well, sounds like a very heavy read, but probably incredibly informative.
Yes. And
Grim
then,
work, but necessary nonetheless.
And then 2 chapters of this are actually sort of dedicated to the Holodomor specifically. I'm reading, in order to get into the mind of the perpetrator, the new biography of Stalin by Oleg Klevnyuk. Here, this is the.
Damn.
And I've learned that Stalin's sort of Georgian nickname taken from his name is Sosa.
Sosa?
Yeah, little Sosa.
Huh.
And his mom's sort of Georgian nickname is Keka.
Keka?
Yeah. Kai-E, Kai-E. K-E-K-E. So Sosa and Keka.
That's
her name.
Incredibly unique information to know about Stalin.
Yes.
I will say.
His mom's name was Catherine Keka.
Ah, okay, all right, that makes sense. Well, do you feel like you've gotten into the mind of Stalin yet?
Well, I'm still in his beginning years of being a revolutionary. I'm not super far into it yet, but yeah, I think I've gotten. I mean, my father had a weird obsession over Hitler and Stalin, so he made me read a comparative biography of Hitler and Stalin when I was like.
I'm sorry, a comparative biography of Hitler and Stalin. That is so conceptually funny to me.
So I've
Hitler
read
versus Stalin.
So I've read it when I
Go!
was like, I think, 11 or 12.
Damn, that's a hell of a book to make you read at 11.
I mean, I on my own read the book when I was 7 or 8. I read the book "We Children of the Zoo Station."
Yeah.
Do you know "We Children"?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
It's a German book. It's a book about a girl in the 70s who was 13, and due to the circumstances in 70s in Germany and a difficult household, got into drugs and then into child prostitution to pay for the drugs.
Whew. That sounds also extremely grim, and also
yes.
Yeah.
It's like a biographical book because it actually really happened. The person is real. All the things actually happened to the person, and the rest of the book was, I think, written from the perspective of the mom of the girl, of the therapist, and someone else. And then years later, as an adult, I learned that the person had her custody of her child taken away because she relapsed back into drugs.
That's really, really sad.
Yeah, it's really weird to read about a person as a child and then sort of by random chance read news about that person.
Yeah, that is pretty strange. Wow. Well, that sounds like a hell of a lineup of things to think about and read that you've got on your mind. And the fact that you're able to smile at all at the moment tells me that you have a robust soul that is resistant to the horrors of the world, because you're basically dipping yourself into them in maximum velocity. Yeah, that's stay strong, okay? Don't overdo it. Don't hurt yourself. That sounds like a lot to read and deal with.
Well, there is also where is this? Oh my gosh, what other books am I? Because I'm reading 8 in total. There's the book. Oh, one's in English actually. Bloodlands.
English referenced.
Yes, Bloodlands. Europe Between Hitler and Stalin by Timothy Snyder.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Well, by the end of this, you're gonna know these motherfuckers like better than anybody else.
That's right. Under Hitler and Stalin, the Nazi and Soviet regimes murdered 14 million people in the bloodlands between Berlin and Moscow.
Jesus fucking Christ.
So the killing fields extended from central Poland to western Russia. So I hail from the bloodlands.
Wow. Well, that's very metal, I will say. It sounds
Yes.
like you come from a Dark Souls zone.
Yes, I hail
But,
from the bloodlands.
The
and
Bloodlands, yeah.
I mean, my family was
Lucy
during
of the
those-
Bloodlands.
Yes. What else?
There's a little summon sign pops up at the beginning of this call, and I just clicked on it and pressed A, and then Lucy of the Bloodlands went.
That's right. The blooded duck.
Yeah. Yeah, the blood duck.
And then you have the book Peace with a View on War
Okay.
by the same author who wrote the book about the genocides. This is
Okay.
this is the history of Israel.
Wow.
The Peace with the book on war. And I've also been yes, there's this book, The Great Hunger in Ukraine, but this is just a collection of primary sources.
Wow.
And also I've been
Well, that one has an unassuming cover. That one just
Yeah.
got a little piece of grain on it.
Yeah.
And you're like, wow, wheat. What could be so scary about wheat?
Yeah, and I've also
And
been
then-
looking into the homelessness,
Homelessness. Damn.
the criminalization
okay.
of homelessness.
You need to. I think you need to pick a happy subject. I think you need to pick a happy subject to be able to touch on. You need a book on like puppy socializing or something to like
Yes, I've
balance
been-
things out just
I've
a
been
little
reading
bit.
a 60 pages
Okay,
document
you know
about
you're not exactly beating the Polish allegations right now. You know
what are
no
the
offense,
Polish
but
allocations.
the stereotype of Polish people
What's the stereotype?
is that you're like you have like the most grim world, and that you dip yourselves into the grimmest things, like maybe intentionally, maybe not intentionally. That's like the perspective that a lot of Americans have, is like, damn, Polish people really love that dark shit. And you're not exactly beating the allegations right now.
Being-
You're like, oh yeah, I'm just doing some light readings. We got Hitler and Stalin. We got a book about with a guy holding his own dead relatives. We got like a stack this big of books about like death and destruction. Gotta say, not beating the
Listen.
allegations right now.
But I've been reading about the lack of. This one's about the U.S. The lack of publicly run toilets, which creates
That is a real problem.
a paradox, because there aren't enough public run toilets to accommodate the homelessness needs, which means that the homeless are forced to urinate and defecate in public, right? Because there are no toilets. But since it's criminalized, it's basically ends up in de facto criminalizing the existence of the homeless.
Yeah, it's terrible. That's actually like a super prevalent. Basically, anybody who lives in the U.S. will tell you it's fucking difficult as fuck to find public bathrooms in the U.S. It's like a nightmare.
Yeah, and
It's
there's
genuinely so awful.
there's a fine for urinating and and doing other business in public, and since
Yep.
most like a homeless person can just pay, I don't know, $500 fee for peeing in public, instead they land in jail. So it's like a
Yep.
way to just make it illegal to be homeless.
Yeah, it's absolutely deranged and, terrible.
and I covered the new Kentucky bill put forward by the Satan Party, the Grand Old Party.
Oh yeah, the excuse me, I take great offense to them being compared to my kind.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No, yeah, no, the GOP is.
The
I was
new-
just talking about Riverboat Jack about how unwell the current state of the GOP is in the U.S.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, you know, we're very unlucky in one way, which is that the Democratic Party is a giant flaming pile of garbage as well. But the Republican Party is basically screaming at every cloud that they see and then shooting a gun at it. That's
Yeah.
like their mental state right
Speaking of
now. It's just like,
guns, the
yeah.
Kentucky bill will allow people to confront the homeless with a gun without any repercussions.
Oh, that sounds very reasonable, and like that won't have any negative
For
consequences
example,
whatsoever.
if they sleep on quote unquote their territory. So if for example, if a homeless person sleeps in their car, a person can come out and confront them with a gun.
That's terrible and inhuman.
Yeah.
Um, I look forward to a day when the GOP no longer exists in this world. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I genuinely think it's one of the most evil institutions to ever exist. The amount
Yeah.
of machinized fucking misery that organization has put out in its history is almost
I
beyond
mean,
compare.
you don't even have to look to history. That's another
Yeah,
clip
right
that I
now.
have
Yeah.
listing the grand old party, like from the beginning. Ukraine should be abandoned. Ukrainians should die. Europe should it be attacked? It should be abandoned. It should die. Taiwan should it be attacked? That's Trump, but Trump's basically the face of the grand old party.
Yeah, it is pretty bad.
Taiwan, it should be abandoned. The homeless, they should be shot or arrested. The LGBT, they should be shot.
Yeah, that's basically his.
That's the GOP.
Well, by the
Republican
way,
Party.
if you're listening right now, please consider donating because there is absolutely no goddamn way in hell that this VOD is ever going to be monetized either. This makes about 15 VODs in a row that won't be monetized. So if you want to help me make a living, please consider throwing a tip into the jar because otherwise I don't make any money. But anyway.
True. All of my videos
yeah.
have the yellow sign.
Yes. I'm lucky if I get a yellow. Half the time I get a fucking red.
Yeah?
But
I got a red
no.
on one of my videos. It was unboxing books.
What?
Yes. I got a red
That's
on
weird. It's really weird.
because I used the knife to open the box.
No! Never show the knife on stream.
I could show a sword
You
now.
have to just imply it. You can show a gun, but you can't show a knife. That's how America
Can
works.
I show a sword?
I don't know about that. So that's
It's a
depends on the
dull
length.
sword. It's not sharp.
No, they can't tell.
I mean, I could do that with the hand on the sword.
It's a knife. So you're a duck running around with a knife, and you just expect YouTube to monetize that?
Yes. It's
Yeah.
fun content. It's family content.
Family friendly. Yeah, listen, you mutilating that poor box that contained a book in it was unfair. But you know, YouTube serving weird like revenge porn ads to children is totally fine.
Today, I had a weird moment in the debate with food shops. A really strange moment. Because I'm arguing that what's happening in Ukraine now is a genocide, in my opinion. That Russia is waging a genocidal war against Ukraine. You know?
Okay, yeah.
So I cited the children being transferred from one group to the other. That's one point in the UN Convention and other atrocities. And I didn't expect that sort of response from food shops when she said, well, yes, we have the genocidal rhetoric from Russia. We have the transference of children from one group to the other. But do we know if the Russians really mean it?
Yeah, totally. It's kind of wild. I always find it funny people downplaying Russia, having like watched the Russian, watched Putin's like addresses when this whole thing began,
Yeah.
and just remembering all of that, how he was talking about how
All
like
the
this is our the rebirth of the Russian Empire, like motioning towards that stuff. It's just like, dude, no, it's so obvious exactly what he wants to do here.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's
I've
just,
even been asked at one
wonder
point
about-
of this discussion. So, should Ukraine lose? Do you think you're next?
yeah.
I unfortunately believe so.
You think Poland's next?
Well, maybe after Lithuania or something.
Yeah. Well, I hope it never gets to that point. That would be.
We'll see. The
Uh,
Grand Old Party is doing all it can to make it happen
yeah. Wow.
with the blocked aid, with the tying the border issue to the Ukraine issue.
Yeah. Well, I
Oh, and
I wish I could say there was a I wish I could say there was a better opposition. But
on Trump
unfortunately, we're stuck with
saying,
Snoozy Joe.
we actually should just forget about any compromise with the border deal. I want to actually campaign on it, so
Yeah.
I want to campaign on it. So let's not actually make a deal.
Oh, depressing state of affairs. Politics is so depressing.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
that's why I cover it.
What's that?
That's why I cover it all the time.
That's what I'm talking about. You're doing it again.
That's right.
So Polish people have just an inverted thing where sadness makes them happy and happiness makes them sad. Is that what you're admitting to here? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're
Yeah.
admitting to here?
I mean, what else would I read about? Oh yes, I've started
What
reading.
else did you read about? God damn it! There's so many things in the world.
I started reading. I'm gonna wait one moment, okay? I'm gonna bring it.
No, oh no, it's gonna be the most depressing yet, isn't it? I swear I'm being trolled at this point. Lucy is completely trolling me. There's no way.
Okay, so it's an 800 pages brick. It's a thick one.
You're gonna flip it up and there's gonna be a dead person on the cover.
Fascism, genocide, cult. Stepan Bandera,
Oh.
life and
Yeah.
myth of the Ukrainian nationalist.
Oh, yeah.
It's a.
Okay, it's got a very nice cover, but
It's the first
nicely
academic
designed.
biography of Stepan Bandera.
Oh, that guy. I know that guy. I know that name.
Yeah, UON and UPA.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
put
think
it
he was
here.
he's an actor, right? He's a movie actor.
A movie actor. I mean, depends on how you define an actor.
No, I'm just kidding. There's a famous actor who has a similar last name, and I was just making a dumb joke.
So yes.
Yeah. Look, I consider myself someone who quite likes dark media and am more than willing to look into the face of terrifying things. But you put me in my fucking soft and watery American existence next to your average Polish person, and it's just like, oh, like I eat landmines for fun, like, oh, like it's great, it's wonderful. I have a good time. My day feels better when I watch a video of live combat or some shit. What the fuck?
I've been doing
It's like
book reading on
every
stream.
yeah, I know.
You know?
No. What?
You know, I've been doing a book readings on stream. I've been
No, I
reading
know
a
you
book
do
with
book
you.
readings on stream. I don't know what you've been reading on stream, but I'm sure it's something
I've
that's gonna
read.
give me nightmares.
It's
just when you say it.
about the because after the war, Poland was gobbled up by the Eastern Bloc,
Uh-huh.
and so it's about Nazi trials in Soviet Bloc Poland after the war.
Nice. I
Yes.
imagine that's a real knee slapper. I feel you're probably laughing a lot when you're reading that, right?
Yes.
Having a lot of funny moments.
Yes.
Get yeah,
A lot of
soundboard
puns.
for yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
I do not reject it. Aska. It's just, listen, I'm getting misery flexed on right now, okay? This is something I'm not usually used to, okay? Yeah. I'm not usually not used to getting into a phone call and then someone just rolling out, look at how many books that will give you like that would kill like a Victorian child if they even looked at the cover of it, and just like, I'm reading 8 of these at the same time right now.
Maybe I should be more a person of action. There's a Belarusian Polish crisis on the border now, so I could go there and see what's happening and do some filming.
Please stay safe. I'm not challenging you to be even more. I'm not challenging you to gain any more proximity to the darkness, Lucy. I'm not. I'm actually encouraging you to do the opposite.
The opposite? What do you mean?
Stay safe. Have some, breathe some fresh air. Smell some nice flowers. You know, enjoy some beauty. Don't only plow through the suffering. Okay.
It's
No, stop encouraging me. I don't need any more sadness.
reading is beautiful. It's beautiful
Reading
to
is
read.
yes, reading is beautiful, but you're using that to mask another fact here. Okay. Yes, reading as a whole is beautiful.
Oh.
Oh, look, everyone in chat's agreeing with you.
Yeah?
But they're all frauds. They're all frauds.
So yes. And also
Aska
I've
says
been
Mama needs to visit Poland in winter. Listen, in the future, I'll do a whole I'll come visit. I'll come visit as much as I can. That's not an active war zone, okay?
yes.
And
Oh,
I
you're
say that
expecting Poland to be invaded soon. Oh my
no,
god.
no, I'm just saying I meant most of the
Whoa.
entire eastern side of Europe. That's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I'll do it. And guess what? You can't even make fun of me for that because guess what? My fucking half of our country might be a war zone by this time next year. We don't know what's going on. Texas is out of here, and Texas is like
All
most
right.
of the
There's
landmass of the United. So
there's the situation in Texas. I actually forgot that it's ongoing. I actually forgot that the Supreme Court has been like, whatever.
yeah, they're like, yeah, I don't know. It's really funny that I'm glad I decided to do my RV trip this last year because I'm pretty sure it's going to be like extreme. I'm going to need like a passport and 16 security checkpoints to do it this time next year. So, you know,
What a
I'm
beautiful precedent that will send if nothing's done about it. Oh,
oh yeah, it's
we're
incredible,
we're
right?
doing this law that will basically ban all trans people, and the Supreme Court does not agree. Well,
Yeah, who cares? Yeah, it's genuinely the fact that so this is the thing like we've talked at multiple points in the last 4 years or so on the show about the growing and sort of there's like a loud buzz at all times in the background of American politics, and that's the ongoing constitutional crisis. And I haven't talked about this in a long time because I've been doing a lot of other things, but I used to talk about this a lot, how the way that Trump and the GOP was going about politics was basically undermining the idea that any of our politics means anything at all, and instead sort of caving away to fascistic whimsy of strongmen. And
yeah.
I feel like that's where we're at right now. That and you know, I'm not a liberal. I'm not all like, you know, rule of law and the American Constitution and all that, you know, proceduralism. I'm not all about that kind of stuff. But I think we can acknowledge that like the state of affairs is that increasingly more and more areas of the United States are just convinced that none of it really fucking matters at all,
I
and you
mean,
win by
the
throwing your
GOP
weight
mainly.
around with guns. Yeah, yeah, GOP primarily. Yep.
Like
So it's
the
I look forward to getting drafted into the Free Cascadian militia, and I know that I will fight to protect the border against the cruel Idaho-Texas allegiance in the
damn.
future. I'm prepared. I know that I will be. I know that I will die you know, for the pine tree flag and whatnot and all that nonsense. I'm quite sure of it. We know the Pacific State Alliance is going to happen. Free Cascadia and the Imperium of California under gruesome Gavin Newsom is almost assured. And let's just say that our people here in Free Cascadia, we love freedom, we love beauty, we like the fact that there are trees that can give us air. The troglodytes of Texas, they breathe sand. All they ever smell is the smell of pump jacks and oil refineries. They have no culture. They've got nothing going for them, and they're from Texas is flowing this like a billowing smoke cloud, the just disgustingness. I'm prepared. See, I'm already
What a
I'm already
sad
practicing my
moment
propaganda.
what a sad moment to mention that I've got family in Texas.
I'm so sorry.
In
Get
Austin,
them out,
Texas.
get them out when you can.
It's called the
Okay,
Good
all right.
Texas.
Austin is like one of the holdouts. Okay, they're the resistance. That's like I don't know, it's like Alderaan or something, you know? Wait, that's a bad comparison to make.
Yeah, but I don't know the way things are going. Like the whole army ban is starting to sound like some sort of a mild thing when Trump is promising to just ban all trans people altogether if he wins. He promised it several times that he will just ban everything, all transition, everything. He'll just ban via 10 executive orders. I don't know.
Again, I stand strong for free Cascadia. Come to our green lands and
That's
we
the
at least our state constitution. Hey, we have trans rights in our state constitution. Free
that's
Cascadia will stand
that's
strong against the
that's
encroaching.
actually one of the points of your debate that made me sort of like go what, and my sort of blood pressure rise
Which
when
part?
Paul said, "Well, you know, trans people might have it bad, but have you considered how bad it was in the 90s when trans
Oh
people were
yeah,
the butt of the joke?" And I was like,
it's
"Excuse
like a
me?
very different. It's like a very
Excuse me?"
different. Yeah.
I mean, there's a little bit of a difference between being the butt of a joke, which will hurt me, and like it's not nice, and then being legislated out of existence. I think those
Yeah.
are a little bit different, you know?
Yeah, thankfully he didn't hold too hard to that point. He backed off of that one. I do think he was a little misunderstanding the scope because
Yeah,
no, it's there are things that have gotten better for trans people. Some like life conditions are better. HRT is easier to access most of the country, even in red states. A little bit easier for now.
if they can mine today,
Obviously,
easier.
Obamacare out ruled out pre-existing conditions and stuff like that. But uh, yeah, the fixation on trans people. I mean, fuck. It's like, I mean, god damn it, like every single culture war thing on the right is obsessing over trans people
Yeah,
and trying to muster hate and violence towards us. And yeah, it's not the same as it used to be. Sure, there was a passive random bigotry that would appear very rarely in media when people were writing an insensitive or joke or whatever, but the average person just didn't think about that type of shit. It was actually, fairly uh and there were, like I said, there were some things that were worse. Like access to HRT was worse, and that's a really bad thing.
yeah.
But um
I
but it was
mean,
possible at that time for changes to be made in the right direction because there wasn't a mobilizing culture war that's trying to make it impossible, that's
yeah,
trying to make us a active enemy. It's yeah, things were bad in the 90s, things were bad in the 80s, things were bad in the 70s, but they were different. And it's important to recognize the difference between a sort of a malaise of ignorance and bigotry and a lack of access to a active campaign
okay.
of eliminationism.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think in the 90s we were quite as flooded with bills, with
Yeah.
legislation. But, and again, today, because today's debate was genocide, so of course I touched upon the topic of the trans genocide because why not?
Yeah.
And the argument
Why not?
was
For a treat. It's like a
yes,
cherry on top of a
yes,
Polish sundae.
yes. And the
Yeah.
argument from food shops, the part was, but they're not saying their intent is not to eliminate trans people as a group. They say they're doing it to protect the children. To
Oh,
which
that's complete
to
bullshit
which
too.
to which I said,
Yeah.
well, we have to finish that sentence. We have to protect the children from what? From trans people existing, which
Yeah.
basically
From
means we
being
want to
trans themselves.
which basically means
Yeah.
we want to eliminate the group. We could easily turn back the clock and change the phrase from we want to kill Jewish people to we just want to protect the German people from Jewish people.
Yeah. Well, let me just double check on our time here. I haven't been keeping good track of the time. Let me just double
Which
check and see
means
how
you're
we're doing.
having fun, even though the topic is
True, we went
grim.
15 minutes over, which is fun. Even though, yeah, of course I'm having fun. I quite like talking to you. I told you, listen, just because my misery tolerance isn't as high as yours doesn't mean doesn't mean it's non-existent. Okay, you know,
So are you saying
don't flex
talking to
too
me
hard there. All right.
tests your misery limits?
No, not at all. In fact, I quite like talking to you. But let's be real. The topic of conversation has been fairly dark.
I mean, maybe you
I have to
can lead the topic now.
Well, I could, but but you're on here to talk about what you want to talk about. That's the whole point of a signal night. It's not for me to blabber about everything.
It's true, but
I'm supposed to just crack jokes and keep the flow going.
okay.
Anyway, well, we should probably wrap now because we do have we have a number of other callers who are now waiting. We've started to open stuff, but Lucy, thank you so very much for coming on.
Thank you.
And seriously, don't overdo it, okay? Don't break yourself under all that darkness. I know that you're like you're doing the Bane line. I was born in it, molded by it. You know, you're doing that right now, but still, you know.
Plus, I
All right.
cry a
Thank
lot
you.
because of the HRT.
Well, maybe that's good though. That could be catharsis, right? HRT does it will make you cry a little more, or at least a little easier. Anyway, can you shout yourself out real quick?
Yes, you should all come to, especially the page lucyhazet.org/live, and you should all subscribe and donate.
Please do. Lucy is amazing, and you all should go
I'm
flock
now
over there.
a big streamer, 1,104 subscribers.
Yeah, congratulations! Growing every day.
Yes,
It's wonderful to see.
I try.
Why am I getting roasted? Hold on. Why am I getting roasted?
What
in
happened?
Chat? Who's roasting me?
What happened?
Okay, true, Nasty. True. Okay.
Oh, what happened?
We'll talk about that in a minute, Nasty. Anyway, nothing. I'm getting roasted by the other Eastern European folk in chat.
Oh, what did they say?
Oh, they're saying, oh, Pathologic 2 is my favorite game ever. Oh, recommend Dark and Darker, or not Dark and Darker, Fear and Hunger, all the shit that all the dark, insane garbage, demented
And
shit
Stalker.
that I recommend to people to go read. Yeah, well, Stalker's gotten, okay, I don't know, actually. I have played Stalker. It's pretty dark. But anyway, thank you so much for coming on. It's been wonderful, and we will talk again. I know we will, for sure, in the future.
Much.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.
I will disconnect. Should I disconnect?
Boop.
Okay. Oh, it disconnected. So that was it. Well, how did you? Well, I guess I'm gonna new cam. Wait, where's the camera? Hold on. Now I have to somehow deactivate the camera. Wait, hold on. I have to go to Google Card. Because now the camera does not want to work. Are there any voice chat? No, it's off. Why is the camera not working? Okay. Hello, welcome back. Demon Mama will have nightmares tonight, so was pretty cool. So how are you all feeling after all this? Now we have to call in and debate ICO rules. Isn't that something we should do? Should we be calling into... Did someone add me in the... Oh, that was a good convo. Thank you. Shall we go back to playing the game for a bit? How long has today's stream been? 5, 6 hours. Should we continue streaming for a bit longer? Or what? Do you wanna see some more game? We could play some more game. If you're up to watching. I'll take that as a yes. Oh my gosh. Oh ho ho, the oddities I will create with you. Enough, you're going down. Also consider subscribing and donating. Calm then. That's right, and join the page. Wow, a debate and a conversation. We should set up more debates and conversations, I feel. What do you think? Should I have more guests and debates? I mean, I was a guest today, but should I have more conversations with people and... Oh my god. Hopping is around streams. I didn't know you were set for the signal light. Yeah, I was. You can have me as a guest. I can. Maybe I should set up my own signal night thing. Like the, I don't know. And debate people on things. Wait, am I really... Am I really only doing miserable things? That can't be, right? That's not true, right? I'm not just doing miserable things, right? I do happy, giggly things, right? I'm full of cheer, right? A little dark though, not gonna lie. In between miserable. That cannot be, right? Oh my gosh. I'm miserable. Lucy is less miserables. Okay, let's go. Let's defeat the boss. But we're growing. How many saps have we got? We're growing. Soon we'll be like, I don't know, 2,000 subs or something. I have to prepare the stream for tomorrow as well. With more miserable topics. We're gonna be talking about Hungary tomorrow. I mean, that's true, and also I'm... Orban, yeah. Not just Orban. Oh, there's been a development with... Hungary and Romania, for that matter. Oh! There's been a speech in which the Law and Justice Party leader compared the new Polish Prime Minister to Adolf Hitler. There's been also that. So yeah, things have been happening. Oh yeah, that's right. I think 3 US soldiers have been killed or something. Good times. Oh, that's right. Unfortunately, he's not a child. He's an old man. He's an old man. We're gonna cover that tomorrow, don't worry. In fact, that's gonna be the title of the stream. Polish PM is Hitler. Hoof hoof. Your bodies are strong, but the house of illusion await. Your minds will not make it. We didn't level up from this fight, which is worrying to me. See ya, old man with 3 arms. Pro. Level up. Why don't you heal the characters between battles? That's for wimps. Only wimps do that. And cowards. I will heal between battles if you donate. If anyone donates, it doesn't have to be you in particular. Donate how much? Dominion Big Toy. How much do you want to donate? Dominion Big Boy. I don't know, like... I mean, I want to say $50, but would you donate $50 if I told you $50? Would you donate $50 if I told you $50? Also, welcome to Twitch, Dominion. What's the cause? The cause is for me to heal in between battles in this game. That's the cause. And for me to be able to buy equipment to do field work. Like going to that border that I mentioned to Demon Mama. True. You packing Lunchables? Maybe. No donations. Yeah, I told you I will heal if you donate. Between battles, I will heal if you donate. $50 is not worth much these days. USD is in the bin. Oh, really? Really? Are you saying you wanna donate more? I mean, fine. Donate $100. I mean, it's still worth a lot to me because it's worth 4 times more, but I live in Poland, so it's worth a lot to me. But if you think $50 is not worth much these days, then you can donate 100. I will not stuck up my nose at you donating 100. I will welcome it. You're right. You're right. $50 is cheap change. You should donate 100. You're right. Wiser words have not been uttered in a long time. Correct. True. True. You should donate $100. I mean, $100 is still not worth much these days, but it's more than $5.50. So. Wouldn't you agree? What? Maya Mayor? What's this?
$1 million.
True. True and real. Aiko Rules is covering Onision. But yes. I welcome you donating 100. If I lose, that's on you because you're not donating. Okay? Yes, Aiko is covering Ision. I'm on. Aiko is on. You should ask Aiko if I can come on stream. If you're watching Aiko, tell Lucy wants to come on stream and talk about Onision, especially since I actually am aware of who Onision is. I'm actually familiar with Onision lore, so maybe we could get an appearance on Aiko. Holy nukes hostages for $1 million is a bargain, true. Do you have a job or nah? I do! This is my job! Right now, I'm working. I'm doing my job right now. This is my job. This is it. Believe it or not. This is it. That's why I'm asking for you to donate. This is the job. Why do you think I have the time to just sit around and study genocide? Because this is the job. Yes. And also he rated girls' bodies online. So yes, this is the job. What genocide? All of them. The theory of genocide, Rwandan genocide, Bosnian genocide, the Armenian genocide, the Southwestern Africa genocide, the Holodomor, the Holocaust. I think I've mentioned Bosnian genocide. Uyghur genocide in China. The list goes on. Somalia. Tomato Town. So yes, donate. It helps to keep the channel afloat and stuff. You know? Should donate to charities who hate genocide first, though, surely. Wait. You wanna aid genocide before paying me? You wanna aid genocide? That is a self-report if I've ever heard one. Instead of fantasizing about aiding genocide in my chat, you should donate to me. I cannot believe you're aiding genocide. That's not cool. Don't aid genocide. Aiding genocide is not cool. Oh, we won. Give aid. Don't give aid to genocide. Oh my god. You didn't make it better. You've not made it better. Ah, the viewer is being stingy today. No. And I'm giving you premiere content. Victims of genocide. Too late. Um, who's she again? Hey, you're a raider. Me? Excuse me, did I hear you complain? Oh, nope. What are they doing with the food? They're just shaking in front of the food. Burp. What are they? Are they having a seizure? Not bad, Rookie. I should schedule some more shifts for you. I think so. Do you like fishing? Oh my gosh. This is terrifying. What? How did you manage to destroy my corruption crystals? Solstice Warriors, just my luck. Soul Curator, I should have known you were behind this. Oh, and what do we have here? A child of the Catalyst? You will pay for what you did to my people. I made you better and stronger. You should be thanking me. I am about to. Yes, show me how you fare with those gifts. Oh, you're not so bad after all. Damn. I suppose it would be only fair for me to also have allies. Run all you want. I have your scent. What? I smell you. I think I'm gonna go sleep now. I've been thinking about this. Oh my gosh, don't I have anything new to say? Okay, we're gonna finish for tonight because I've got a lot to do. So we've had a lovely debate today and we've got a lot more to do. So good night. Love and solidarity. We love our non-binary blings. We've streamed over 6 hours, I think that's enough. Okay, so good night. Bye 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 bye. Good night, good night, good night.